ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. We'll remain upstanding for a prayer. And yes, Letitia has been delegated as the holiest person at Uganda Communications Commission. Please, Letitia, lead us into a word of prayer.
Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Lord Jesus, we thank you for this day. We thank you that you have made it happen, and we put into your hands everything that is going to happen. Bless it, come take control, and be with us going back at our homes. May we take everything that will happen here as something that is going to help us. I've prayed all this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Letitia. We may now resume our seats. Honorable Nyombi Tembo, the Executive Director of Uganda Communications Commission, all the dignitaries here, and our friends and suppliers for UCC and beyond. Once again, welcome to today's event, our annual Suppliers Conference. Earlier on, I simply said those at the back, you may wish to come to the front, but now I have been informed there is an incentive for sitting closer to where Honorable Nyombi Tembo is. When they are offering tenders, they will use the order of how close you were in relation to today's sitting. So if you are at the back, that's exactly the position at which you'll be considered for a tender. You can use that information in the best way you know how. Similarly, again, you will notice that there are some seats that are not yet occupied, and that's not by accident, it's by design. Uganda Communications Commission, you've done an incredible job in ensuring that we have a digital penetration in this country, that many things are now not being done physically but virtually. And that includes the attendance of today's Suppliers Conference. So Honorable Nyombi Tembo, many of the folks that you expected to see physically are with you but virtually, thanks to the incredible work you have done in ensuring that they are able to have a seamless supply of internet as a human right, and they're enjoying that. But you also know that suppliers have a certain level of loyalty, to the extent that one supplier will supply you as UCC, but will supply every other government, ministry, department, agency, including rebel groups and all the others that have money. So some of them are outside there supplying, but attending your event virtually. So don't look around the room and see empty spaces and think we are not in full composition. No, we are. Matter of fact, we are oversubscribed. Thirdly, a suppliers conference feels like the scene we just witnessed in the last week, during the Holy Week, where it is said they were all gathered in the upper room praying. So it was a communion of saints and apostles together, praying in a closed room, yet the sinners were out running roughshod. Now the thing is, what are we doing to attract the sinners into our movement of the believers? And that's why, again, we've opened up this event to be broadcast online to everybody that has an interest in working with not just UCC, but supplying government, to have an appreciation of the procurement processes, to have an appreciation of the criteria that one requires, and many other things. So mine is just to set the stage and say, welcome. We're going to have a very nice conversation. It's going to be a candid conversation. It is going to be a conversation that will move the function and process of procurement to a level where we shall all be proud of the results. By way of introduction, my name is Simon Kasiate. I have the pleasure today of being your master of ceremony. Every subsequent speaker, starting with you, Honorable Nyombi Tembo, please don't get the temptation to refer to me today as MC. There are more distinguished people with that title of MC than myself, so simply call me Simon. If you want to give me some more airs, you can put Simon in capital letters. I will appreciate. That said, therefore, and without further ado, I have the singular honor and pleasure to invite none other than the Executive Director of UCC to come, not just to welcome us, but to set the conversation in motion and give it its right dignity. You're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Our stakeholders, my colleagues, our distinguished suppliers, members of the UCC team, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this inaugural Suppliers Conference organized by UCC. Thank you for coming. The fact that you came out in such good numbers for an engagement that is for the first time is not centered on bidding for UCC business, but rather on dialogue, partnership, and shared growth says a lot about your mindset. Allow me also to extend our appreciation to our key stakeholders, especially the procurement oversight bodies, including the PPDA and Office of the Auditor General, for honoring our invitation and for the continued guidance and technical support you provide to the Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, like many an organization, UCC cannot deliver on its mandate effectively without the support of reliable, competent, and innovative suppliers. That's why we consider suppliers of goods and services not just service providers, but key stakeholders in our journey. Indeed, procurement represents the single largest area of expenditure at the Commission, with over 70% of our budget channeled through this function. This, obviously now, as you can see, underscores the strategic importance of procurement, like in another organization. It's for this reason that procurement is represented at the top management level of the Commission. Furthermore, following a recent internal structure review, it was recommended, and we have implemented, that procurement function be placed under the direct oversight of the Office of the Executive Director. This reflects our commitment to strengthening governance, accountability, and strategic alignment in all our procurement activities. We are fully aware that in many organizations, procurement can sometimes be perceived as controversial. However, we continue to work closely with oversight bodies to ensure transparency, fairness, and compliance with established laws and regulations. Their support has been invaluable in helping us uphold the highest standards. At the ICT regulator, and indeed ICT leaders in Uganda, we are committed to innovation in all aspects of our work. In procurement, we aspire to fully digitize our processes by the end of this year. Our goal is to deliver a seamless 360-degree experience for all stakeholders involved. Moreover, beyond improving efficiency, digitization will significantly reduce the cost of doing business for both UCC and our valued suppliers. We also view procurement as a powerful tool for socio-economic transformation. To this end, we have put in place measures to enhance excellence within our procurement processes while working collaboratively with providers and stakeholders. Our aim is to ensure that all procurement activities align with our broader mandate and deliver value for money to the people of Uganda. At the same time, we are committed to nurturing partnerships that foster innovation, reliability, and access to emerging technologies. These innovations are essential for improving operational efficiency, enabling faster data processing, and ensuring more secure communication services across the country. Accordingly, we are increasingly leveraging data-driven decision-making to gain deeper insights into spending patterns, supplier risks, and market trends. This will help us minimize waste and optimize resource allocation. In addition, we continue to streamline our procurement processes with the aim of reducing cycle times and eliminating bottlenecks. This will ultimately create a more efficient and responsive systems for all parties involved. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference presents an important step towards building stronger, more transparent, and mutually beneficial relationships. It is an opportunity for open dialogue, for sharing feedback, and for aligning expectations. It's also a platform to sensitize our partners on social inclusion initiatives and encourage broader participation in UCC opportunities. I encourage you to take full advantage of this engagement. Let us share experiences, best practices, and explore how we can work together more effectively. Before I conclude, as the legislators, I'll remind you just one phrase to remind you, like I always do. Never deal with anybody whom you don't know physically, especially in financial-related matters online. Can I repeat that? If you don't know somebody physically, and somebody tells you, I'm so and so, even with that voice, some of us have voices. If I talked around, you'll say, that's Tembo. Even when the voice is familiar, and you don't know somebody physically, don't start dealing with them. Because every day, every morning, a colleague will call you, I've been scammed. Somebody asked me to put money here, I put it there, but finally I found out that it was a scam. Never, that's a principle. When it sounds too good to be believed, like in the physical space, run away. It's a scam. Scammers are there. They know now that we no longer have money in our pockets. So that's why pickpockets are fewer, because there is nothing to pick in pockets. So now there are people who are going to pick from your phone, because that's where the money is. So anybody who tries to confuse you that to give me money, do this, there's a friend of yours who is in a problem, send money here, please don't, until when physically you have interacted and you are verified from different sources. With those few remarks, we welcome you. May the conversation begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyombi Tembo, for those very insightful remarks and for the conclusion with a stern warning, which perhaps speaks to why we are all gathered in this room, so that UCC can get to know you. Do not pride in having name, voice, and face recognition. They need to know you, touch, and feel you for them to be able to do business with you. So if the day ends, and for one reason or other, you've not shaken the hand of Nyombi Tembo, or you've not been known physically in the face of Moses here, the head of procurement, woe unto you. Let's make today's presence count. But questions abound. Uganda Communications Commission. Who are you? What do you do? Because even us as suppliers, we also want to deal with someone that we know, someone that we can touch and feel. For the most part, the multitudes of Ugandans know you better for perhaps closing a radio station here and there when it says a few things that are not palatable. The other day you banned the song for lyrics that were not promoting what we want as a country. But we also believe sometimes when we have wanted to transact online and other things, like you were saying, money now is being carried online. There was a time not so long ago where even online transactions could not be done thanks to UCC, so we know you for that. We know you have the padlock and key for internet access, which is a human right. But we also believe that there's a lot more you do that maybe we don't know. So the next presentation, by no less the Commission's head of communication, is going to be a presentation to break down for all of us this huge entity called Uganda Communications Commission. Ibrahim, we welcome you. Tell us about Uganda Communications Commission. But first, introduce yourself, full name, title, so that we know how to address you going forward. And if possible, share with us your number so that we can contact you should we require further information about UCC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon, and a very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Idi. By name, Ibrahim Bossa, working with the Uganda Communications Commission in the capacity of Head Public and International Relations. It's a pleasure that we have this conversation, at least to get to understand each other, following the protocol that was previously established. I think it is important that we get to know what we do and probably also align how we can work together. I would request that I run through just a couple of slides that will guide my conversation with you and to give you a high-level appreciation of what we are as the Commission and the regulator of the communications sector in Uganda. So I think you'll be moving my slides for me, just to be sure. Yeah, you'll be moving my slides for me. So ladies and gentlemen, I will begin with the mandate of the Uganda Communications Commission. Of course, it was established by an act of parliament, and we are here to regulate the communications sector. And here usually we're talking about regulating telecommunications, broadcasting, radio communications, post and courier, data communications, and infrastructure. So broadly, those are the areas of interventions of the Commission. And usually, if I was to summarize it, if somebody put me on the spot asking me what you do as the Commission, we monitor, we inspect, we supervise, we regulate, and definitely also license operators within our ecosystem. That is how I would summarize it in what we do. But if you go to Section 5 of the Uganda Communications Act, it lists about 26 areas where the Commission has responsibility. So I'm just giving you a high-level appreciation for you to know where our scope is. Next slide. So in summary, if I squeeze down the 26 areas of intervention of the Commission, largely we are doing licensing and regulation. Regulation is coming up with guidelines that are supporting the Act in form of managing the communications sector. So like I will show you, there are a number of laws that we work with, but also accompanied by regulations. Those regulations, because we are the experts, are usually the zero drafts of regulations come from the regulator, then they make their way to Parliament, and they are passed as regulations that are binding in law. We do allocate, standardize, and merge and manage resources. Resources here, we are talking about, for example, numbering resources. Your telephone numbers, the MSISDN you have, is a numbering resource. Those resources are finite resources. So we have to manage the allocation. It is not endless. That is why many of you will worry that when you are not using your phone for a period of about 90 days, where there's no billable activity, your phone number can be churned and given to somebody else. That resource is a government resource. What you pay for that SIM card is the privilege for you to use it. So we manage such resources. We manage resources like frequencies, and I will show you. Frequencies like for the radio stations, those are resources we manage. We manage resources like spectrum, like I will show you. So these are things that we do. So the beauty of what you have today is that I am a non-engineer. We do a lot of communication engineering. So they chose me, a non-engineer, to tell you much of what we do in communication engineering. So I am hoping to be able to speak a language that you understand. We do inspection, technical evaluation, and monitoring. We do quality of service and equitable distribution of communication services. Now, it is not enough today just to have access to communication services. Today, we ride on the theme of meaningful access. So even the quality of the communication you receive is very critical, and we monitor it, we evaluate it. So that means the quality of your call. I see many of you complain about data depletion, the quality of your signal you receive on television. All these things are managed. The commission, in terms of percentage, I will show you, we have about 70% of technical people, engineers. People who are like me that speak everyday English, we're about 30%. So many of the people there are doing things that many of us may not understand or appreciate, but this is exactly what they do. We also regulate rates and charges of communication services. Now that is very important, and maybe in the telecommunications, that is where it is very visible. Many of you in the past have always complained about the costs of communication. Today, I think the biggest complaint is the cost of pay television services, isn't it? All those areas are regulated. Maybe what I would say here that is important, because we regulate rates and charges, that doesn't mean we make them cheaper. It's not about being cheap. It's about a market being competitive. It is about a market being competitive, especially relative to the region, relative to our continent, because we work in a network, like I'll show you. We also do regulation of cinematography theaters, video and film libraries. Many people may not know that, but I think today we have a flagship program, the Uganda Film Festival, that has expounded on what we do in this area, where we are basically trying to bring to the fore Ugandan culture and stories in form of content, audiovisual content. We also are big on research. We have an entire department to do with research. One very interesting research that I think is coming out very soon, it is at approval stages right now, is a research that we have done on the impact of taxation on communication devices. That one I think will be a very big interest to many of us, because there are some policy recommendations that are being set out there. So largely, here I have summarized in a nutshell areas that are high level in our intervention, but there is more that are within our act. Next slide. I'm also going to jump that one because basically it just expounds on the areas of our intervention. Next slide. Now, as a regulatory body, we work with laws. And this is something I realize that many people have not appreciated or understood. Everything, every communication in terms of a notice, in terms of a directive that is made by a regulator has to be backed and grounded in law. We are aware where we sit that we're always one directive away to being sued in a court of law. So, because of democracy, you can always challenge a directive of a regulator, okay? It is your right. So, we always make sure that anything that we are regulating, that are directing on, that we are putting out as a notice, has to be grounded in law. And that is where I think the trust of what we do needs to happen. We don't sit in boardrooms, in small rooms, and just think about how to run the sector. It has to be documented in regulations, in laws that govern this country. So there are a host of laws that we work with. And I'm not going to take you through each of them, but for you to appreciate the magnitude of what we deal with, we have a battery of legal experts that have to decipher every action of the regulator to make sure there is a provision of the law that backs it up. So all those laws are very important to us, starting from the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Uganda Communications Act that puts us into force, and many other laws. I think one that is of interest right now is the Computer Misuse Act. Recently, the judicial system annulled some provisions of the Computer Misuse Act. And that created excitement. So people think that the digital realm is now lawless. Nobody is there to govern it. But that is subject to caution. While certain provisions of that act were annulled, that law still remains in force, and there are many provisions in there that you may infringe that could put you on the wrong side of the law. In addition to other laws, like the Data Protection and Privacy Act, the Children's Act, all those have provisions that help us to regulate the digital realm that we live in. And also maybe to note that the annulling of those sections of that act was a technical issue because of lack of quorum. Are we together? Meaning that you may foresee a situation where we have quorum and those sections are brought back to light. So, you know, the excitement needs to be managed. Those are many other of the laws that we work with. If you go to the next page. And with laws comes regulations. For those of you who are aware, the lawyers in the room, like the Mboizis, a law is broad. You need a regulation to operationalize it. So we also have a number of regulations. If you go to the next slide, we have a number of regulations that speak to specific details of what we do, whether it is fees and the fines, whether it is content, whether it is multimedia messaging, whether it is emergency response, whether it is quality of service. Everything we touch has a regulation that spells it out. So that is where trust needs to be built, that what we are doing is not second-guessing a situation, but implementing the laws of this country. Next slide will still show you a host of many other regulations that we deal with. A very interesting regulation that people are not aware of is the stage plays and public entertainment rules. Many of you may not be aware that we actually regulate stage plays. We regulate cinematography. We regulate film because it's part of content. And there are laws. That law is a very old law. It's a colonial law that was amended recently, but these laws do exist to empower us in what we are doing. Give me the next slide. As the commission, we look like that in terms of structure. We are governed by a board, and the board is the supervision of our entity, and of course the board is the eyes of the minister, because the minister supervises the regulator. That is why you see, even whenever we are doing our branding, the logo of our Ministry of ICT and National Guidance is always with us to show that supervisory role. After the board, we have the executive director who reports to the board, of course, and of course to the minister. And under the executive director, we have directors who manage departments. So we have a number of departments here, basically typical to many of the regulators. You will be knowing today, we are members of many international forums and bodies where communication regulators meet, we network, have conversations, and we benchmark with each other. Most of the communications regulators look alike in structure and even in mandate and responsibility. So that is how we look like at the Uganda Communications Commission. Our structure basically spells out 234 staff. At the moment, I think we have about some 20 places that are not filled, so maybe those are also job opportunities. If you give me the next slide, just to give you the distribution of the staff that work with us, you realize that we have a fairly young staff. Only 2 people are at the age of 60 and above. We have about 31 who are 50 and above. I just joined that group. We have 89 staff who are between 40 and 49, and 78 who are between 30 and 39. So we focus a lot also on nurturing the young to be able to take on the mantle of what is happening within our jurisdiction. If you give me the next slide, we are visioned as an institution for an inclusive digital economy. What does that mean? Inclusivity is about everybody, everyone, not being left behind in the digitization agenda, regardless of your color, your tribe, your religion, your income. Anybody needs to be able to use and benefit in the digitization agenda of this country, because everything is going digital. Next slide. Our goal is an accessible, affordable, secure digital service by 2030. So accessibility has been a problem in the immediate past, but I think we are getting there. Take for example, if we're looking at telecommunication technology, if you talk about 2G, second generation technology for mobile, we are at 76% coverage of the entire country. If you talk about 3G, third generation technology for telecommunication, we are at 72% of the entire country. When you talk about 4G, we have hit the 52% mark, and probably we are now also having some 5G experiences within Kampala and growing. So access has been a problem, but we are making strides. And while you make strides in that, other issues begin to emerge. Issues of affordability. It is one thing to have the access, and it's another for people to be able to use it. Interestingly, 40% of people who own phones, that is smartphones, in Uganda, actually don't use the internet. Probably they cannot afford, or there would be a lot of issues around it. There's a study that has been going on in that regard to inform policy in that regard. But that is where we are facing. Next slide. Our mission is to develop a robust communications sector that drives socio-economic transformation. What we do needs to drive the economy. If it is in telecommunication, it needs to be able to facilitate economic growth. It needs to facilitate business growth. It needs to facilitate we and how we live in our lives. That goes for many aspects of what we do. If it's post and courier helps us to bridge the gap of the last mile, meaning that if I order something on Amazon, that item can be brought to my home, to my office. Especially today, we have digital pins and people can find you anywhere you are. Everything has to be able to drive socio-economic development. Next slide. We have values we believe in, that we espouse, that spell out who we are as the Commission. One is excellency, because we strive to make sure that we produce exceptional performance in everything we do. This is even in our scorecards for each individual in the commission. Professionalism. We make sure that we endeavor to be able to act with due diligence, with respect, and demonstrate competence. That is why in the commission, one of the biggest activities we do internally is staff training. Training never ends. Many of the people that we regulate in the telecoms, in the broadcasting, are top of their game. And you cannot regulate somebody who is better than you. So we always want to have one foot ahead of the people that we regulate. So our professionalism is key to us. Integrity, we always try to do the right thing, even when you're not looking. You can trust us that we're doing the right thing. And most recently, we have now put in a gear of collaboration. We want to collaborate more because we don't think that we are the be-all and end-all. We are not the experts at everything. This conversation we're having today is part of such a collaboration. There are things you'll be able to guide us. There are things you'll be able to comment on. There are things you'll be able to help us align so that we can work better for you, but also for the country. Next slide. Many people have always asked us, where do we come up with our agendas, our strategy? At the international level, and because we are members of the International Telecommunication Union, the biggest agenda around the world is about enabling inclusive, equal access, and use of ICTs. That is digital inclusion. That is the biggest conversation out there. What we do is we get this conversation, and it is brought to the African continent. If this is what the world is saying, how is Africa supposed to respond? That's why you see we have what they call the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa. We are members of the African Telecommunication Union, and that is where those discussions happen to see how Africa can domesticate the international agenda. Then we come to within our country. We have what we call the national development plans. These national development plans pick from those agendas on the African continent. And that is where now we have the Digital Vision Uganda, the Digital Transformation Roadmap, that now specifically spells out what Uganda must do, has to do, will do to be able to achieve digital inclusion. Many of those things are within even the National Development Plan and many other documents, and that is where we pick from to come up with the Uganda Communication Strategy. So we have just finished our brand new strategy for the next 5 years. Next slide, please. And our next strategy for the next 5 years looks exactly like that. That is our strategy house. So in there, you realize that we are pushing things like innovation, strategic partnerships, like with you, efficient processes, organizational agility. And in there, the things that we are looking at, increasing communication user satisfaction, very important, enhancing coverage and usage of communication services, improving regulatory services. There is a study that was done, I think, 3 years ago. It's not a study, it was a survey among our licensees. One thing that caught my mind is people with license said the regulator is predictable. That is a very powerful standard internationally. A regulator, you can't keep shifting your goalposts. You can't keep changing your mind. People want to invest in a sector where regulatory oversight is predictable. And these are things that we invest in. Strengthening stakeholder management, improving utilization of tools and using technology. All these are things that are part of our strategy. And each of us, in terms of departments, in terms of individuals, are measured on that. Everybody, even if you are, people call themselves drivers, you need to know how you're contributing to this strategy. Next slide. Usually, how do we know that we are delivering on our strategy? And that's how we do it. So the key results we are looking about, when we're talking about increasing communication user safety and satisfaction, we are looking at improving quality of service and user experience, empowered and engaged consumers of communication services, engaged data protection, enhanced data protection and cybersecurity, We have now different departments that contribute to each of these to make sure that we are working with the strategy. And we're using the balanced scorecard system. So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying is that as a regulator, probably unknown, not many government MDAs work the way we do. The balanced scorecard approach to strategy management is usually a private sector thing, but we work like the private sector, and we are that good, I must tell you. Next. So just to give you an appreciation of some of the key areas that touch every Ugandan, we have an aspect of economic regulation. And this one usually is about boosting efficiency in competition. You have many people in the market that we regulate. If you look at telecommunication, if you look at broadcasting, the competition has to be healthy. Otherwise, people can push other people out of the market, either because of, you have more money than the other person, you have more political influence. A regulator provides a level playing field to that fact. So we have a unit on economic regulations that basically focuses on market and environmental issues within the field, our sectors. Key to this usually is pricing. Pricing is something that we watch for competitiveness, for inclusivity, but also for a fair market. We also, next slide. When we're doing economic regulations, these are all the issues that are done on a daily basis. Looking at market concentration and penetration, looking at service affordability, market growth. If there are issues of people leaving the market, we have to find out why. So issues of entry and exit barriers within the market. If there are issues to do with mergers, transfer pricing, acquisitions, these are things that are not known to the everyday person, but somebody has to watch over them. Otherwise, you do not have a thriving market, and that is what we do. If you're looking at, in terms of oversight, next page. So we have on the competition issue, but on the market oversight, these are things that we do on a daily basis in terms of economic regulation. How are the networks costing? How are the retail prices derived? How are disputes handled? Effective license reviews. Licenses begin and end, and somebody has to be reviewed on how they have performed during a license period. These are things that keep us busy, but you realize that they're not a cup of tea for everybody, but that is what keeps us busy. Next slide. Because we're encouraging the use of communication services, we also know that problems do arise. In an engineering environment, there will always be concerns. Issues of safety, issues of access, issues of affordability, issues of fraud, and we provide a platform. So we have a fully fledged division managing our consumer affairs, giving a platform for the everyday muntu wa bulijjo to be able to complain, to be able to get guidance, to be able to make inquiries, to be able to get support, if at all you have not gotten it from our licensees. If you have a problem with a licensee, like give an example, our telecoms, as an individual you may find it very hard to take on these big giants. Even in a court of law, you may not have the time, the money, the resources. We do this on your behalf. If you have a problem, we will stand between you and our licensees to make good. And that's how our Consumer Affairs Division does. I think it will take me pleasure to tell you that the head of Consumer Affairs of the Uganda Communications Commission is here with us, Mr. Joseph Kizito. You should wave to the people. They should know that they are safe where they are. If I may have the next slide. We are also big on multimedia services. Here, we regulate content by law, content. So this is content on the phone, this is content on the internet, this is content on radio, this is content on television. Content is a big thing, and there are guidelines for content. One of the things that used to be very dramatic, if you look at our Uganda Communications Act, Section 31, it talks of minimum broadcasting standards. So there's a schedule 4 in the Act that tells you what are the minimum requirements for a broadcast on television, on radio. So whenever we used to enforce minimum broadcasting standards, people used to say, but what are these standards? It seems these are, it must be a document somewhere that people are hiding in their court and only revealing when there is trouble. But it is within the law, and it is big in there. We're also big on content development. We have realized today what other countries have also leveraged. If you look at, say, for example, how Hollywood has leveraged content, if you realize how Nollywood has leveraged content, if you realize how the Nigerians have leveraged content, we believe that we are able to do the same. So we have flagships here. We have a content development support program to help content creators come up content, so they are given grants. So it's a big thing. And again, it is with pleasure I would let you know that the head of multimedia services at the Uganda Communications Commission is in the house here with us. Haji Sebagala, Medi, you could wave. People need to know that we mean business. Next slide. So when Medi is doing his everyday job that you may not understand, these are all the things he's taking care of. These are the matrices he's looking at to make sure that we are doing well. Are the complaints being managed well? Is broadcasters' capacity to be able to do the right editorial policies and guidance in place? Issues of local content quotas. A couple of years ago, we realized that our broadcast landscape was full of foreign content, and our content creators had no room. So we came up with a regulation on local content quotas where we require, in prime time, 70% of content has to be Ugandan content by Ugandans, and then the rest takes the other space. And trust me, it has made one hell of a difference. Next slide. We also have the Department of Engineering and Communication Infrastructure. And these are the guys that are responsible to looking at our technical regulatory functions, especially when it comes to communication services and the infrastructure that drives it. So they have a number of issues. They produce technical guidelines, resource plans. They come up with regulatory mechanisms of emerging technologies. And these are the heart of managing our communication engineering in Uganda. Next slide. Some of the things they take care of on a daily basis are in there. So without, for me, taking you in nitty-gritties, but they will always have to review and validate technical plans of each of our licensee. They monitor and evaluate compliance to these technical plans. They manage numbering resources, which I talked about. They monitor and evaluate quality of service. All these things require equipment, require personnel, require people who are on top of their game. And these are the guys that we deal with. I think I haven't seen anybody from our engineering, have we? No. But it would be nice that I introduce Mr. Henry Mugabe, because he's one of those engineers and he's one of the biggest person who has driven our spectrum management at the Uganda Communications Commission. Mr. Mugabe, you could wave to the people. Currently, he's our head for administration, but these are the pioneers of our spectrum management at the Uganda Communications Commission. Next slide. Spectrum is a big thing, and many people may wonder what spectrum is about. Spectrum are like the airwaves in space there. They are the roads where communication basically interacts and moves. Somebody has to make sure that they are planned for, they are used well, and not misused. And that is where spectrum management comes in. A lot of gadget and engineering stuff goes into that. And that's why I will not bother you with that. But just like any road, if you manage our roads here, that's why we have policemen. That's why we have speed limits. That's why we have a lot of standards for what car can drive, what requirements does the car need to have. You can't overtake on the wrong side, and ABCD. You can't drive naked, for God's sake. Somebody is there to take care of the rules of the road. What our engineering department is to take care of the rules of the roads in the space. And as I will demonstrate to you, there are many roads up there invisible to our eyes. Next slide. What you see there is the spectrum allocation, the roads that are in our space. Every small color you see there is a service that uses spectrum or a rod in space. Somebody has to be able to allocate that space and make sure it is not interfering with another. You know, we had an incident here where we had radio stations moving out of their allocated space in terms of spectrum, and we're using spectrum that was not licensed to them. But guess what? The spectrum they were using aviation spectrum. So these guys could have actually caused a catastrophe in this country where a plane is supposed to land, it's supposed to be communicating with the towers, and instead there is a radio program running. So we are there to make sure that these things don't happen. We would have been the first country in the world to experience such a disaster. So there are a lot of services, security services, emergency services, radio services, television services that have to be planned for, and that's why we have that kind of plan. Next slide. We deal with a number of stakeholders. Next slide. It looks like the slides have disappeared. We deal with a number of stakeholders, and I must say you are also one of those big stakeholders who shape the way we work, the way we impact, and the way we deliver for this country in that regard. So what you have missed there is just a stakeholder mapping of many of our stakeholders, and you would have been able to see yourselves in one of that when the slides come back. I would move along. We are very particular when it comes to public relations. One, our corporate image is very important to us, and that's why we want stakeholders we deal with to also be mindful about. You know, as regulators, what you say, what you think, even what you do not say communicates a lot in the market. It can affect prices. It can affect a lot of things in the market, whether somebody invests or does not invest. Okay? So that's basically our stakeholder mapping, just to show you how we interact, and I'm sure you can find yourselves somewhere in there. Next slide. We are also big on promoting stakeholder engagement because communication is both ways, internally, externally. You need to know what we are about for you also to have the right solutions that will help us. And I think that is why we are here. Next slide. We are big on branding. We are few of the government agencies that invest heavily in branding, because branding spells out our tone, the feel, how we interact with you and anybody else. So there's a distinct way we will communicate, we will appear, and these are very important, both locally and internationally. Every time we go out there, we are killing it. We will stand out. If anybody saw the event that we hosted recently for the Pan-African Postal Union, top of the range. At the end of the day, when we arrive as a country, as a brand, we speak and we get noticed. And these are very important things for us. But also, we are big on when it comes to social responsibility. We care to get the social license to operate. We give back to the community, especially where we impact. It is nice to be seen as a corporate citizen, and we are such. So there are many social activities that we engage in the creatives. We are doing the Kabaka Birthday Run very soon. We are in the Renzori Marathon. We are building churches. We are in there to show that even while we are regulators, supporting to be the guardrails of what needs to be done, we also care about community, we care about society. Next slide. At the international level, we are members of many international organizations. That is why what we do usually is not abstract. It's not a standalone. It has been benchmarked. It has been referenced. We know what is happening elsewhere, and we're on top of our game in that kind of thing. So basically in there are a lot of treaties that get signed. There are a lot of decisions that affect communications world over and on the continent and within the region and in Uganda that we need to take care and domesticate. So we are big on that agenda. Next slide. So you realize I'm not breaking down the main organizations, but key. If you look at the International Telecommunication Union, that is very key for us. If you look at the Pan-African Postal Union, very key for us. The Universal Postal Union, very key. The African Telecommunication Union, very key. Now, if they are very key, we have gone a little further. We are on the governing councils of these institutions. We are at the global stage, when a decision is being made for the world, we are there to say, okay, there is a land-linked country perspective you need to be aware of. There is a third world country perspective you need to take note of. We speak and represent many others within our region who have similar circumstances. In that way, the big boys don't make decisions that don't work for you at the end of the day. So, at the international agenda, when you see people like Medi, people like Moses Akol and Mugabe doing a lot of flying around the world, they are just not having fun. They are there to make decisions that affect the world, but also that will help us as a developing country. Just to give you, next slide, a snapshot without particular details. That is a list of our staff that are having leadership positions in international forums where we need to have influence. So just recently we re-elected Jessica Sengoba as the Assistant Secretary General of the Pan-African Postal Union. So she has been there for one term. We needed to be re-elected. So usually the position is taken up by the country. And of course the country will post somebody there, okay? So we are doing a lot of amazing things at the international stage. And that's why you see we are not gamblers in what we are doing. What we are doing is informed, has been verified, benchmarked, and we network. Next slide. On the ground, many people in the past used to see us as a Kampala affair, a Kampala regulator. Today we have regional offices in Gulu, in Masindi, in Masindi, in Mbarara, and Mbale. These basically extend our services to the Montuabuli Joe. Of course, this is in addition with the efforts we're doing in the consumer affairs to make sure we have a contact center. Somebody can call us toll-free. We are online, we're on social media to still engage with the public. But if somebody feels that they want a one-on-one, you don't have to come from Gulu to come to Kampala. We have an office there. So basically, we are taking services to the people, but there are also some regulatory roles now. If it is enforcement, we don't take an enforcement unit from Kampala to enforce in Lira. No, we have people nearer there who will do that kind of enforcement. If we are doing a stakeholder engagement like this one in Mbale, we don't have to take Moses and his team to Mbale to be able to arrange for that. We have a team there who know people, who will mobilize them, and probably the executive director will only come to preside over. So they're doing a good job. So next slide will show you that our regional offices basically operate in that manner. So the Gulu office takes over that region, the Mbale office, the Mbara office, and the Masindi office. If you could give me the next slide. We are big on ICT and research. Without giving any particular details, those are the areas we majorly focus on when we are doing ICT and research. ICT and research, I think, in the commission has the third biggest budget. So those of you who are providers in that space, those are areas to look out for. Next slide. One popular entity we have within the commission is the Uganda Communication Universal Service and Access Fund. This fund is there basically to improve access, to reduce the digital divide, okay, to make sure that people, regardless where they are, in places we call unserved or underserved areas, are also able to enjoy communication services. It's a big program, one of the biggest we have, and that is where people probably feel us most, because we deal with people probably who may not have the luxury many of you have when it comes to communication services. You have had us giving computers, giving tablets. We are sensitizing communities from women, youth, artisans, SMEs on how they can onboard digitization within their businesses. We are big in that area. Next slide. Key to the fund is increasing broadband access, enhancing usage of digital devices and services, promoting ICT application and services, facilitating knowledge-informed decision-making, and also enhanced multi-sector collaboration. That's why you see we now do a lot of partnerships as we are doing the digital divide and inclusivity agenda and all. Next slide. We also have a very interesting department of internal audit because we deal with big bucks, isn't it? We have a lot of expenditure. Those of you who are doing business with us know. Somebody has to watch to make sure that the process and governance is aligned. It is ticking the box. Integrity is being maintained and things of the like. So they have all these kind of agendas of risk management and so on. So yeah, much as we're a government agency, we actually operate like a top tier corporate entity, and they do a great job. Next slide. With what we do comes also with some challenges, and I think you need to know them. You know, in our area, we have a lot of overlaps and fragmentation in regulation. And sometimes these are areas now we grapple with and we are still grappling with to be able to align. Take, for example, you may not be aware, but the Uganda Communications Commission does not regulate newspapers in this country. But that is content, isn't it? And that is information that is going to the public. So who is there to keep an eye, to make sure that issues like defamation, you know, and on are not happening within that space? God knows who. But those are the fragmentations we're talking about. We also have absence of regulatory frameworks for emerging technologies. Our area is fast-paced, fast-moving, and there are things that come on board, and we also fast blink and not so sure exactly which regulation will apply. Do we need a new regulation? How do we adopt the existing one? So we have a lot of these things. If you see what is happening with the OTT services, with social media and so on, social media came up as peer-to-peer communication for your family, your friend, your church members. Today, people have found a way of using social media to broadcast. So initially, they are not seen as broadcasters within our law, but then we need to do something about it because these guys are breaking stories, they're breaking news, they're defaming, and false news is also happening everywhere. So these are things that we grapple with. Issues of privacy, security, and reliable use continue to bog us down. Continuous need for service providers to rethink their business models. Our service providers are people we license, usually. So some of them have very old models of operating. Today you may hear a cry. Many of our broadcasters are saying they are not profitable, and they think it's the government to make them profitable, you see? But maybe the business model is old. Maybe you need to undertake some mergers and acquisitions. We have seen the advertising budgets for even major corporations come from mainstream advertising to social media advertising. I don't know when you last saw an advert of Coca-Cola on television. It is very rare. But you go on the social media space, they are big there. So maybe people need to rethink and know, follow the money. But yes, we still struggle with this in our sector and many others. So we are not without challenges. Next slide. Some of the emerging areas that we're looking at as a regulator are issues of data management, protection, privacy in the ICT sector. Those are big issues. We are looking at regulation of digital services and digital markets. Those are big areas. Mergers and acquisitions and takeovers are happening because of advances in technology and many other things. Cybersecurity is big on our agenda. Issues of regulation of content, as I say, on multiple platforms is a very interesting thing. Issues of artificial intelligence, big data, and over-the-top services. These are things that keep us busy planning on what we are going to be doing next. Next slide. Just a bit more of emerging areas, but I will not go into that. Next slide. But they are there. So these are areas some of you maybe want to pick interest, especially if you think you have a stake as a provider in that space. Next slide. Of course, because UCSAF is big, I also have some of the issues, some implementation challenges when it comes to our UCSAF. UCSAF is one of the big budget items we have as a department. Next slide. And so I just put it in there so for people to see what exactly is about. Next slide. Okay. Basically, those are some of the challenges we're having, especially on the universal access aspect of things. And these are things some of you may see opportunity in. Next slide. So somebody may want to know, where do we get the money? and I think this is where you don't blink. 34% of our revenues come from spectrum fees, 3% from broadcasting fees, 7% from infrastructure providers and public service licensing and authorization. We have a 2% statutory levy on the gross annual revenue of licensees. It contributes 51%, but just to note, 50% of that goes to the treasury, the consolidated fund, and then the other 50% is what comes and it is shared between the commission, UICT, and some regulatory services at the ministry. We also have some rental fees. Many of you know Communication House. That is, it contributes 5%. So that's where our money comes from at the end of the day. Meaning that sometimes if there is a delay in a payment, we are trying to Kusoloza at the end of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, next slide. I just want to leave you with this video, if you can play it. It wraps up and gives you a high-level appreciation of how far we have come. Could you play it? Do you have some sound?
Of the Uganda Communications Commission, a journey that has not only etched an indelible legacy across this nation, but has also propelled an entire sector into a new era, bringing a story has been unfolding over the past 25 years. It's a tale of vision, determination, and innovation set against the backdrop of the vibrant nation of Uganda. This is the celebration of 25 years of the Uganda Communications Commission, a journey that has not only etched an indelible legacy across this nation, but has also propelled an entire sector into a new era, bringing services closer to the people. As the sun rises over the horizon, Uganda Communications Commission has extended its reach, establishing regional offices that bring our services and regulatory tools closer to the people. Monitoring sites and digital loggers now stand as sentinels of connectivity, ensuring that every corner of this country is covered. The transformation from the Rural Communications Development Fund to the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund, UCUSAF, signifies an unwavering commitment to bringing the power of ICTs to all Ugandans, especially those who have remained unserved and underserved. Innovation and creativity have flourished through flagship programs such as the Content Development Support Program and Uganda Film Festival, nurturing the creative industry. The National Conference on Communication fosters collaboration with academia, while the Computer Emergency Response Team CEO Breakfast cultivates connections that fuel progress. The Communications Consumer Parliament brings together regulators, operators, and consumers to provide accountability and receive feedback. Through the years, ICT has evolved, cementing its pivotal place in the national development agenda. From NDP 1 to NDP 3, ICT has transformed from a groundwork layer to a driving force, expanding coverage to underserved areas and becoming an enabler that integrates seamlessly across sectors like education, health, and agriculture. Strategic partnerships have brought efficiency and productivity to sectors like education, where digital resources bridge the gap. Precision farming has empowered agriculturalists with real-time data and market access, and the tourism sector thrives on seamless connectivity. SMEs have enhanced ICT adoption, enhancing productivity and performance through digital skilling. On the global stage, Uganda's voice resonates through active involvement in setting and aligning global standards in line with Uganda's interests and aspirations. Uganda's participation and leadership in international organizations has not only elevated the national brand, but also reinforced our commitment to playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of global communications. The past 25 years have witnessed remarkable growth in the sector, which now boasts of 325 radio stations, 48 TV channels, and from 2G to the cutting-edge 5G technology. Connectivity has reached even the remotest corners, and usage metrics have soared, ushering in unprecedented levels of mobile phone and internet penetration, plus value-added services such as mobile money. None of these achievements would have been possible without the unwavering support of strategic partners, both at home and abroad. Together, we've achieved so much, and we stand united in the understanding that the journey is far from over. As we pause to reflect on these remarkable achievements and stand at the inception of a new chapter, one thing remains certain. Uganda Communications Commission remains steadfast in its mission, which is clear: to transform Uganda into a brighter, more connected and inclusive tomorrow. Join us on this inspiring journey as we illuminate Uganda's digital future. Uganda Communications Commission, pioneering progress, shaping tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you wonder, how do you know that things are working? You know, somebody will do a survey, somebody may do some research around it, dipstick, but there are some things that you can touch and see that something is working. And for me, next slide, things like those, where people like you get to choose and say, we are the best regulator in a given year, speak volumes to us. That means you have looked around and you have put your bet on us. So things like those are things that keep us moving, knowing that probably we're on the right track. Ladies and gentlemen, I talked about money. Allow me to introduce to you Mr. Moses Akol, who is our head of finance. And those are the guys who are handling our wallet. You realize that in this conversation, I've avoided talking about Mr. Moses here because today is his day and he will have his time to tell his story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bossa. I think he deserves a bigger round of applause. I also noticed you didn't quite enthusiastically clap for Mr. Moses Okoyol, yet he's the man in charge of finance. Perhaps that says something about how long the payments take to be processed. I don't know, but like I said earlier on, we are in this room to have candid conversations with ourselves on matters procurement, since after all, it's a suppliers conference. Mr. Karanga, who will be introduced him with his full bells and whistles later on, please, you will accept that your suppliers today be as candid and speak to you in a very respectful but candid manner, because like you, and I'm sure you'll also speak to them very candidly on your pain points around them, where you give them specifications, they agree that they will deliver to those agreed specifications within the agreed budget and within the agreed time frame, and they begin to give you stories of, you know, it rained, the internet was down, and make their problem your problem. But likewise, they also have their pain points, where they send through their invoices, and you start telling them stories of a call this, a call the other. we know about UCC, unless Mr. Bosa has explained to us what they do, and we clearly believe that they do more than switch off the internet or close radio stations. At least now we know they are landlords in town, they have commercial buildings, they run a film festival, they employ thousands of people, and are facilitating a new industry that is based on new technologies and innovation. But what are we here for? Procurement matters. Do we understand them? So before we set the stage, I have a microphone set somewhere in the audience. I'm going to ask a question or two. I am told that if you give me the right answer, someone from the procurement department is looking at you with a very, 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 very kind eye, that whatever you submit may be fast-tracked. So here we go. Listen carefully to my questions. Small quiz before Mr. Karanga comes forward to speak to us with his presentation. And the questions are not difficult. To make them even better, I'm going to offer them to you in the form of objectives. So I'll give you 4 alternate answers, and then you can tell me which one is correct. This one is so simple, you may even put up your hand before I ask it. Who wants to try? Who wants to try? This one, very good, Mr. Igaga at the back. So please pass him the microphone. Now, Mr. Igaga, you better pass this one because...
No pressure.
Okay. Breathe in and breathe out. What, in your view...
But am I allowed to make a disclaimer first?
That's not part of the answer. Yours is to answer the question. I want us to cheat this one. What's the main objective of public procurement? Let me repeat the question. What is the main objective of public procurement? Objectives: A, to favor local suppliers like you. B, to achieve value for money. C, spend the full budget. You know, we are now in April and some budgets end in June. So public procurement, the objective could be to say, let's wipe out the budget. After all, a new financial year is beginning. D, to reduce paperwork.
Oh, okay. I know it's not C, definitely. But I actually think it's a combination of both A and B.
All right. You are supposed to choose which A, B, C, or D is correct. And none of my objectives are saying none of the above, both of the 2, 3 of the 4. No. So, just to guide you once again, the main objective of public procurement, is it 1, to favor local suppliers like you? Is it to achieve value for money? Is it to spend the full budget? Is it to reduce paperwork?
To achieve value for money.
You couldn't have gotten it more brighter. Thank you.
And I was told I'll be looked upon with something good.
With your size, height, and color, there is no chance anyone would have missed you, even if you didn't answer my question. Someone has already looked at you.
Thank you very much.
Who wants to make another try for another question? You can put up your hand even before I ask the question. At the next round, I'll be choosing randomly.
And I can confirm I have received the package. But I'm not going to declare what's inside.
You are lucky you're not bound by the rules of the IGG. If it's 100,000 plus 1, you may have to declare it, but no. Any other takers? Any takers? Okay, Mr. Mhozi. Pass the microphone to Mr. Mhozi. Please, Mr. Mhozi, stand up so the microphone comes to you. Which of the following is not a core procurement principle? A, transparency. B, accountability. C, favoritism. D, competition.
C,
Which says?
favoritism.
Aha, I think he needs a hand clap. And that's why I was saying, put up your hand and volunteer your answer. I didn't want to choose. so that I am within the principles of procurement. But read this question again. I have been told many of you want to evoke blood relations, whatever relations you have with Moses here, so that he can consider you on the basis of that and not the other principles. Can that also stop? Let it be a fair ground of competition, so that it's not a matter of whether you speak the same language like him, come from the same location, marry from the same family, or drink from the same club in the evening. I'm not saying he does, I'm just giving an example. The final question in the quiz before we have another substantive element on the agenda. Any takers? Mr. Mose, have you received your present for answering the question rightly? Now I want someone to attempt this question and at least fail it. Let's see what happens when you fail a question. Okay? What happened? Aha. Now imagine it is a lady that has volunteered. Very well. Let me look for the hardest question that I am sure you'll fail, so that we test the system. Eh? What does value for money mean? A, buying the cheapest goods. B, getting the best quality at the lowest cost over time. C, choosing the fastest supplier. D, buying from government-owned companies.
It is B.
But we agreed you were going to fail this question. Now you have passed it. So thank you very much. Let's give her a hand clap. And now, continuing the spirit of clapping for those who come forward to make their presentations, allow me invite Mr. Moses Ime Karuhanga, the head of procurement at UCC, to share with us what it is he has got in his kitty. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Let me first introduce myself. I'm called Moses Karuhanga Ime. I'm the head of procurement, UCC. I've come along with my PDU team, the whole department. We're a team of 15 people. And I will just not introduce one by one. I will just introduce the whole team at a go. The team of PDU UCC. Can you stand up for recognition? Thank you, thank you. Thank you, the head of public relations. You have recognized the heads of department. Thank you so much. Then we have the heads of PDUs, my colleagues. They are seated on this table. Can you stand up for recognition? We have NSSF, we have Bank of Uganda, we have URA. We have just invited few of our strategic partners. Thank you for coming. Then we have suppliers and providers. This is the reason we are here, because we no longer believe in transactional and secretarial, but we are believing in partnership, strategic partnership. Because we have believed that now with procurement, you can achieve value for money. You are our partners, and that's the reason Where's the other side? The background to this workshop. One, expanding business opportunities through procurement excellence involves transforming the procurement function from traditional function into strategic partnership with providers to drive innovation, sustainability, risk management, and overall value for money. That's the reason we are here. That now we are looking at you as partners. We are not looking at you as, last time meeting a supplier or provider was very high risk. But now we are believing that a supplier is our strategic partner. we are supposed to meet you quite often because we believe in planning with you so that we can achieve value for money. And as UCC, we have values. UCC visions aims at inclusive digital economy, as the head of public relations informed you. And what does this one mean? No one shall be left behind. This is our vision and value as UCC. Using procurement as a tool for socio-economic transformation, UCC has put up in place measures to enhance excellence in procurement process and also work with providers and other stakeholders to achieve this goal. I think that's the reason we have called you here. And as UCC, we have our core values. We have 4 of them. And through this, we want to use these values to make sure that also through procurement processes, we achieve these values. One of them is excellency, professionalism, integrity, and collaborations. This is epic for UCC. And through this, to achieve excellency, these core values must be embedded in our procurement and disposal practices. And we demand the same from you providers. Because we shouldn't look at one side of UCC. Also, we expect you providers to have excellence in what you do, professionalism, integrity, and collaboration. Because it shouldn't be one-sided. It should be two-sided. And that's why we have called you here. As UCC, our core components in procurement excellence, we have 7 of them. UCC believes to expand business opportunities through the following procurement initiatives that are necessary. 1, strategy in procurement planning and awards. That's 1. I'll show you how you can do that. Supply chain management. That's the reason we have called you here. Data-driven decision-making and reduce cycle times and eliminate bottlenecks. 5, local content, because we are guided by PPDA, but also as UCC, we have put measures on how we can achieve that. 6, inclusiveness. We are targeting special interest groups, that's youth, women, and disabled people. Then 7, sustainability for products and practices to promote cycle economy. This is very key. I'm going to show you on how you can achieve procurement excellence through the 7 key drives that we have here. Strategies in procurement planning and awards. At UCC, we'll be focusing on long-term value, total cost ownership, supplier capabilities, rather than just raw prices. We'll not be looking at the lowest bid. We'll be looking at total cost ownership, service maintenance after you have provided, so that we can achieve this value. So most cases, you always come for opening bids, then you say, I'm the lowest bidder, so I have this bid. No, we are not looking only at the price. So you should take it from me that we'll also consider this. All procurement activities must be aligned with overall business goals and mandate to ensure value for money. We shall enhance due diligence to ensure we deal with capable providers who provide maintenance services, avail spare parts, and after sales services whenever required. And that's what I was informing you. UCC Client Charter spells out this, and these are exemption services to include. Supplier relationship. What are we targeting? How are we going to do it? How will it expand your procurement excellence? UCC will nurture partnership with providers to encourage innovation, reliability, access to technologies like AI, robotics, and cybersecurity, and etc. These innovations are driven by need for better operational efficiency, faster data processing, and more secure communication experience. We have showed you our mandate, and provision of modern innovative communication services is our key mandate as UCC. Then through data-driven decision-making will enable UCC to gain insights into spend patterns, supply risks, and market trends, including waste reduction. This will result into cost saving to allocate budgets towards the most high impact initiatives. This will result in achieving value for money, enabling UCC to achieve its mandate by ensuring competitively priced quality services provided across the country. Competitive pricing of our services expands business opportunities tremendously. Then when we talk about automation, what do we expect from new suppliers? UCC continuously optimizing its procurement process through automation to reduce cycle times and eliminate bottlenecks. Automation also enables providers to access more business opportunities and reduce cost of doing business. It's also easier to get feedback from providers, increase transparency, fairness in the procurement process. Integrity is one of our key mandates as UCC. Bid opportunities, we always post them on our website to enable suppliers access information and bid information. We promote BUBU at UCC. UCC handles all procurement in accordance with PPDA Act and regulations. It applies local content and provisions as provided for in the law, including applying reservation and preferential schemes. UCC mandates that broadcasters dedicate at least 70% of their airtime to local content, and this promotes BUBU, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. Through procurement from local providers, UCC has enabled more business opportunities in Uganda. Then what about inclusiveness, special interest groups? UCC believes in inclusiveness by expanding business opportunities to underrepresented and marginalized groups. These are special interest groups like women, youth, people with disabilities. And through that, UCC's strategic practice expands opportunities to business owned by special interest groups. UCC in doing so is complying with PPD Act, which has reserved 15% of public procurement budgets to special interest groups. UCC key principles is including reducing barriers to marginalized groups. And there we have put a photo where UCC has been emphasizing and equipping special interest groups with basic entrepreneurial skills to enable them to do business with UCC. And we have put through sustainability, this is what we are going to embark on. As you see, we are going to embark on implementing sustainability in procurement to promote circular economy and protect environment. And we are going to do this through three things. One, sustainability expands business opportunity and innovation. Through our terms of reference, specifications, and bills of quantities, we'll make sure that these sustainability requirements are embedded in our bid document. PPD Act and regulations now mandates all entities to procure sustainability. On the picture, I'm showing you how we have started e-procurement, e-waste management, and in this we are going to deal with KCCA to make sure that we improve this. And I've put, of course, that's our ED who made the opening remarks with the PS and the ministry. Through sustainability, UCC is now incorporating ethical, labor, and environmental consideration into procurement processes. And key requirements in this, we are looking at environmental protection, measures to reduce environmental damage through recycle and reuse return, social inclusion, promoting opportunities for marginalized groups and local providers, governance, ensuring accountability, transparency, fairness, corruption-free transactions in all our procurements. Still at sustainability level, we talk about safety. In these procurements, in the procurement safe for the users and general public, our safety measures will be put in place and we'll make sure that at least they're embedded in our bidding process. What about payments? Because providers are always interested in payments. It's not about delivering because you go to the bank and get money, you want interests. That's the reason we have brought in board Absa Bank as one of our sponsors to make sure that you providers, you can access loans at a low interest rate. That's why we at UCC we could afford to do this alone, but we said, no, our providers should get contacts of the people they can get resources from and fund these projects. So Absa Bank is here. They will talk about themselves. Thank you, Absa, for partnering with us. Thank you. And we'll make sure. That's why Okor Moses is here. Okor Moses, the head of accounts, is here to make sure I get his contacts. Don't call head PDU for payment. So he's here, please distribute your business cards so that when it's an issue of payment, at least you know the person to contact. But at UCC, we promise you that we'll be paying you timely. That's what we can promise. But with finance and management, we'll make sure that at least your payments are done on time. Priority products for implementation under SSP for this financial year. At UCC, we are going to look at 12 things: toners and cartridge, computers and laptops, photocopiers and printers, papers, motor vehicle, batteries, cleaning services, electrical cables, generators, agricultural chemicals, textile, clothing accessories, and packaging materials. And to you suppliers, what does this one offer to you? This provides a platform for all you suppliers and show you opportunities that at UCC. I wanted to present a procurement plan for you, but I found out that it's not good, but it's on our website. But at least you see the key areas that you should strategically plan. So at least we are here to discuss with you. We get feedback from you, because we believe that if we can get feedback from you, and also we give you feedback on your performances, then it can help you. This platform, the conference, enables more suppliers to bid for more tenders at UCC and expand their business operations. Suppliers also get to know UCC plans and enable suppliers to adequately prepare effectively in bid for available opportunities. Suppliers interact with UCC senior leaders, which promotes dialogue, enhance and sensitize suppliers on social inclusion initiatives. And that's why we have called senior management of UCC. We have not seen directors, we have another training, but these are heads of departments. The role of providers in expanding business opportunities. What is your role as a provider? One, enhancing market competition. A diverse pool of providers promotes health competition, which leads into better pricing and high-quality public services. Local economic impact, reduce importation and make locally. SMSC, small business enterprises, represents a majority of business and are primary contributors to wealth creation and local employment. So we are looking at expanding that. Increase innovation and sustainability. Providers should increase developing green products and services. They help in government meet sustainability goals while opening new market segments for themselves, thus expanding business. Compliance with, be compliant. That's why we have this team here. Because in the bidding process, UCC cannot sit alone and make evaluation reports without you complying with the following entities. These are our strategic partners. We have called in PPDA, we have called in URA when they should talk about tax clearance, we have called NSSF, we have called in URSB. So please, providers, ask as more questions that you want for compliance so that you don't just target on the pricing. At least you should know when you are to comply, what do you go through, what are the requirements. So that's why we have called our strategic partners to make sure that at least they tell you the requirements. There's subcontracting, engage in strategic partnership, large contracts, sometimes unbundled to allow local participation. Foreign firms are now required to form consortium with national providers, creating entry points for small businesses. Subcontracting, for less experienced firms, acting as subcontractors for prime contract is stepping stone to gain technical capacity and reputation. This expands also business opportunities. Go digital and invest in technology and people. You as providers, successes are often follows providers who embrace technology, use EGP and other platforms to have qualified people to access these business opportunities. Build your credibility and profile. Ensure you are trustworthy with your customers. Banks have access to financial services to ensure that you have funds to implement these contracts that we give you. Then special interest groups, ensure that you register. If you are here, you ensure that you register and have all eligibility requirements. Have some staff to handle these documents and seek help whenever you need. That's why we have PPDA here. Though we have challenges as UCC, or our other entities that are here. And I think we should tell you these challenges. And we are just going to mention very few. Limited supplier capacity. While UCC strives to expand supplier businesses, there's lack of adequate capacity, especially among the local providers. We still have this challenge, but I think we can organize. We have a lot of money under UCSAF to train you. So providers, we can always organize these trainings to make sure that you develop your capacity. Of course, as PDU, like any other department, we have interferences, both external and sometimes internal interferences that hinders your business expansion. Unexpected events, some events hinder business, e.g. internal outrage, wars in Middle East, for example, supply chain that are affected now in Ukraine, impacts supply chain and business expansion. In conclusion, expanding business opportunity through procurement excellence involves both entity and you providers. Fully handle your obligations and also will handle our obligations. Have mutual relationship to expand our business environment, invest in technology, invest in people, and embrace continuous improvement and expand your business. Thank you so much. But before I leave, I found out that we have a problem with contract signing. It's not on the agenda, but I'm going to invite someone from our ICT to explain to you, because we sign contracts online. We no longer sign hard copies. So I wanted him to come here and explain to you within 5 minutes on the process of signing contracts, of the tenders that you get, because some of you are getting problems in signing these contracts because they are online. So I request someone from ICT to come and explain. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chimanje Ronald, Senior Officer, Information Services, and I'm going to take you through contract signing using our online system. UCC signs with all their contracts online through our DocSign online system. So please, may I have the presentation? Yes. So as we wait for the technicians to connect, by show of hands, how many have signed using the DocSign system? How many suppliers have so far engaged the DocSign system? And I'll ask a passive question. How have you found signing with the system? Somebody can give his experience, what you have experienced with the system. Okay. Now, we have what we call DocSign, and DocSign is an online platform that UCC has UCC uses to sign all its contracts, not only contracts, but whatever document that needs to be signed at UCC, be it our scorecards, our contracts, then annual compliance certificates, type approval certificates, we all do it using the DocSign system. And it is a very easy system to use. You do not need a software to use the system. The only thing you need is a valid email address and then a computer connected to the internet. So, yes. Now, DocSign, like I said, is an online system that enables one to sign online. Recently, or years past, government approved the Digital Signature Act, which makes it legal to sign online. So UCC adopted the DocSign, which is, I think, the best online signing system to use. Now, the beauty with DocSign is, before I take you to the demonstration, the beauty with DocSign is it makes it easy between the supplier and then the contractor and then the provider or the supplier to exchange business or to complete their contracts, because you no longer need to move to UCC to run after contracts, because everything is accomplished or completed using your email address. Whatever changes you want to make with DocSign or on your contract, when we send a contract to you, all changes and reviews are made on your email. You just download, then you revert back. So the exchanges, the communication is via email, and which has made it very easy and time consuming. The second one is it is safer to use DocSign. You know, every time you move physical documents, I'm an information scientist, but I know every time you move a physical document, you'll find that maybe on the way, one page gets misplaced, and then you sign an half-baked contract. So with DocSign, everything is, everything is in one place. You just need to have the internet and then sign. Then the other advantage with signing online, for those ones who have not adopted it, is you always have history of all your contracts, because it provides a platform, a records keeping platform, where, or a database where all your contracts will always be kept. So if you want to refer to a contract that was signed a long time ago, you just go to that database and then retrieve the contract. It has been very easy for us, and most people who have adopted it, I think, can concur with me that it is the way to go. We are trying to go green, reduce the paperwork. So I'll go straight to the demonstration of I think it's slide number 7. Yes. Now, after doing all the background work at UCC, you know, after evaluating and then contracts committee passing you as the best bidder, that contract is sent to head PDU, who sends it to Signature. We have a common email address called Signature, where all our contracts due for signing are sent. So my role as the head coordinator is to upload those contracts. So what we need from you as UCC is your signatories, the main signatory, and then your witness. And when we say a witness, we need people who have a stake in the organization. Please don't send a receptionist and then say, please go and sign. We need people, maybe the executive director, the person with the powers of attorney, those people can sign, or anyone that you have chosen to represent the institution. And then after I upload, I will send a copy on your email address. And then, as you see on the slide, it will look like that. Your email address will have a link like that, and then like asking you to sign. So what you do, you see the green bar down, then you click on that, and then it will take you to the second slide, that the one on the left, where it will allow you to agree to the terms and conditions. Please, before you sign, read through the terms and conditions, because the problems we have with most of you, you come afterwards and then say, I didn't read the terms and conditions. So read the terms and conditions, and then after you tick that box down there with the blue tick, and then you press continue. Next slide. So after pressing continue, it will take you to the signing part. Now, the way we design our contracts, that's a dummy contract, it does not belong to any one of you. So the way we sign the way we arrange the signing is that we start with the main signatory of the provider. And then, so when you reach on that page, every signing area will be labeled with a blue tick, like the way you see it. Every signing area will be labeled. So what you do, when you open, you click on that blue tick, and then it will take you to the other slide where you choose or you adopt a signature. Now, the beauty with DocSign, it will give you three options. One, DocSign can adopt for you a signature, a computer generated, and then two, you can sign if you have the machines to sign a contract online, and then three, you can upload an already existing signature. For instance, if you already saved an executive director signature, you just go to your computer and then you drag it and then place it where the signing, on the signing area. So after signing, then, like for instance, that's the first option allows you to tweak around with your signature. If you start with your surname, it will the bar on top where you see Ronald, it will allow you. If you want to start with your surname, it will allow you. If you want to start with your Christian name, it will allow you. If you want to put any other symbol, it will accept. So after you have decided on which one to use, then below the green, there's a green. Please, the previous slide. You see where there's that green highlighted, which says adopt and sign. So what you do is you adopt. Most suppliers, after putting the signature, they will close the page. And then they call you and then they start telling you, but we have already signed. If you do not adopt and sign, it will not come through. Next slide. Next slide. So when you adopt and sign through, then your signature will appear where, please, the previous. Your signature will appear where you are supposed to sign. Now that's the signature that has been adopted. But remember, there are other things you must fill in. For instance, the name. The name comes automatically because we have already entered it for you. Then the position, you must include the position that you are, your position as the signatory, as the main signatory. Then you finish. Please make sure you finish the process. And you finish by clicking either down or on the green label which has the word finish. So after that, now after the main signatory has signed, the moment you click finish, the contract will run to your witness. It will not come back to us, but it will run to your witness. Now the witness will go through the same process. He will receive a link in his email and then go through the same process like the main signatory did. And then after he finishes signing, clicking the word finish, the contract will come back to our executive director or the person who has been assigned to sign. So when it comes back to the executive director will read through, then do the same. After doing the same, the contract will run to the company secretary or the commission secretary. That's the director legal affairs. So at that point, when the director legal affairs or the company secretary, the commission secretary signs, then the contract will be finished. I mean completed. The entire contract will be signed. Now, instead of running to PDU, that please I'm looking for my contract, the completed signed contract will come back to your email address. And then your work will be just to download, like you can see that slide. It will tell you a completed contract has been sent to your mail. Please download. If you want to download, then you can download. If you want to keep it online, you can keep it. And that's a binding contract between you and UCC. And that's how it will appear. So I think that's the end of my presentation. So we encourage you, please, every time you get problems with signing your contracts, please come to the registry or you contact procurement. They will always bring you to the registry and then we shall help you, guide you through signing. Now the biggest problem we have with signing are wrong email addresses. Please, when you are forwarding an email address, make sure it is the right email address. Because if it is not the right email address, it will always bounce back. And it will waste a lot of time calling you. Please give us a right email address. So make sure both your main signatory and then the witness addresses are correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. After this, please make sure that man does not exit here without explaining even in greater detail. Especially so for those at the back who, even with me with magnifying glasses, barely saw what was on the presentation panel, which I believe can be improved upon. Ibra is here, he was taking note. I am sure he will share with you the standard template of PowerPoint that can be magnified so that you don't get wrong entries to get wrong results. But that said, now we are going into the deep dive conversation around procurement and how this will make it easier to have business and transact appropriately with UCC, but also looks like it may also help you to transcend other government ministries, departments, and agencies. And if you please and want to expand your horizon, what we're going to listen to next may actually take you to places bigger than the ones I've just mentioned. So as suppliers, as service providers for goods and services, this is one presentation you ought not to miss. And this, in fact, has been labeled the keynote address for the day. It is going to be presented by a man that has got so many hats on his head, and I will try my level best to give a modest description, but I think much of what he wears on his head shall come out very succinctly in his presentation. This is a one Dr. Levi Kabagambe Bategeka. So if you're just clapping because I've just mentioned the name, prepare to clap for every title and hat he wears on his head. Now we start. Dr. Levi Kabagambe is a procurement and supply chain specialist with vast experience in both public and private sector in the entire Africa continent. Hand claps. He holds a PhD in business administration, that's majoring in global supply management from the University of Nairobi, Kenya. He attained a Master of Science and a BCom degree from Makerere University in 2024 and 2000 respectively. Now the hand claps have to be a bit louder for the next parts. You decided that you should clap after every sentence, huh? He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply Chain Group, UK, not Uganda. He's a certified procurement practitioner, CPP, of the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda, where I believe many of you are. He served on several boards. He has held many positions. He has come from the bottom to the top, and he understands procurement and, I believe, disposal from the inside to the outside, from the outside to the inside. My pleasure to invite you, Dr. Levi, to come and speak to these eagerly attentive procurement professionals as well as suppliers of high acclaim. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kasiate, for that thunderous profiling. The last time I met you, you promised me something and it disappeared. I think we shall take it from here, and you know what I mean. Dear suppliers, as has been stated, but you will notice that elsewhere you are generally referred to as providers, but I think the operational definition for now, you will be suppliers to make it quite practical, because you do supply whatever you are being invited to supply. I'm here for a brief moment. I'm not sure whether, all right, they have raised it. My commitment, I'm not sure where to point at to cause a movement. Oh, you are doing it there. You've denied me what I love most, to move myself. But for now, you help me. Just move to my agenda. I make a commitment here. I want to focus on three things, and that is this thing called opportunity, and also to attempt, at the risk of contradiction, what I think UCC really expects from suppliers, because this is really a standard expectation. I'm not about to see them expect something different. I will close with an advisory. As an elder in this industry, I will advise, right? You can move very fast. This has been said severally elsewhere, that indeed this thing we call good luck, and it is quite common in procurement, say you are lucky, you have landed a contract. Today I will dismiss this, that there is nothing called luck in procurement. You have only had the opportunity and you have come in tangent with it because you were prepared. I'm not sure whether luck came in. We just baptize it luck. But from today, after all they have said, luck will be for the prepared. So there is nothing that you were lucky. You just say you were prepared for the opportunity. I thought I would get a clap for that one. So good luck is nothing but opportunity and preparedness. And relatedly, bad luck is exactly that. That lack of preparation has confronted reality, and the outcome is exactly that. So you will realize that the bottom line is being prepared. Just move on. Just move those slides. You don't want to spend here. This just to illustrate. This luck is an imaginary, but we are talking about a procurement opportunity coming in tangent with preparedness. You can walk away saying you were lucky, but you know the truth. You know the truth. The truth was you were prepared. And I've said the opposite, exactly that. That reality collided with you, the unprepared, and you produced a bad luck, if you want to say so. So at the end of this, session, I think we should walk away being sure that there is nothing called lucky in these issues. And I will close with this certain guidance. Can we move? Move. Just go on. Now you see why I like doing it for myself. I would pace myself clearly. Every opportunity is not a business. A business can only be realized because you have some strength. And I think what we are going to move on to see, what are these strengths. Just move on. Just move on. Continue. Yes, I just want to say some of these are the opportunities. But if we did a count, has everybody gotten these opportunities right? Why is it that Mr. Karuhanga is even saying capacity, challenge capacity? It means these opportunities, and we may not really go into them to labor here. They are quite enormous. And on the website, I went there myself, on the website of UCC. If you go there and click, business is there. Not so? Quite enormous. And the procurement plan is there, I can confirm. The businesses are there. Depending on what you are, they have even gone down, courtesy of PPDA, and they are here. PPDA, can you arise just for recognition? I know you're present here. I have served on that board for 8 years, and I'm happy to see a staff here ready to engage on these matters. And she will take on the specifics, if any, and you will be satisfied. I just want to say, opportunities have been spread all over, right from the persons with disabilities all the way to heavy-bodied. So there is no contradiction around that. But where is the issues? KCCA director for procurement is also here. She's always saying that she was the first to give certain persons with the special interest groups business around town. Doreen, you were also my student. When I say stand up for recognition, Doreen Akatuhwera is one of our flagship around town. She was the first to risk and give huge contracts in town when everybody was thinking they can't do it. She gave all these women to sweep roads at a higher price, and they have swept it, you know that. And that time we even did not have a very strong legal framework. She took the risk. And I think today you are an icon of innovation around town, right? So I want to leave this. Some are really in obvious businesses. Go to that opportunity slide. There's a lot. Click. Go on. There is money. There is a table with the money. Ahead. Just ahead. There. For a long time, the years I was on the board of PPDA, we used to get a lot of complaints that money is going outside. We Ugandans don't have any businesses around here. I was privileged to be among those who were summoned by the head of state to explain why we have decided to collude with external people at the detriment of Ugandans. And we explained our case, and he cleared us. We said there is a lot of business in this country, but we shall continue to create more. I'm very happy that there is even more. They have reserved several monies in the budgets, in the procurement plans. Maybe next time, Mr. Karuhanga, these good colleagues of yours you have invited, maybe with the time you will ask them to share the experience on the share of their budget they have expended to these reserved groups. I can tell you, they will tell you how much money is left. There is too much money left. The people who should come and pick it are not available. Maybe as you continue in these conversations, we shall get the real reasons. Why are you not going to partake to the reserved funds in the procurement and disposal process? But this presentation will be among those to be shared to those who need to go them. I want to focus on two, what I think every entity wants from suppliers. As you have been told, I have navigated some of these things. These points are really from the bottom of my heart. Every entity needs your character as part of the solution. I know you know when they advertise e-waste, consultancy for study of this and that, they are looking for your character as well. And character here, if we had time, I would illustrate it. When you are invited and you have signed electronically, moreover, there are some providers who are very problematic. Very problematic. The bid is to be delivered electronically to UCC, but you find somebody is also engaging RDC, the Director of Internal Security, and also PPDA, that I'm delivering a bid, but these people might even be cheating me. You create a stampede. Before even a process has gone on, you have already complained. So I think suppliers, some of those characters are not good. They are not sustainable in this business. They have said they want collaboration, they want relationship, but if we are really going to stab processes, from my experience, that is not proper. Some would even call us. I don't know how they would get us. You go on the website, you Google, you find Kabagambe is on the board. They say, I have seen you, please, I'm delivering my bid. But in case they cheat me, you be on alert. What kind of process is that? So character must be worked on. And I've always been frank on this. The other issue you should know in the solution of this offer, those who supply you are also part of what UCC wants indirectly. And I've been told, like this global catastrophe which is happening, if your supplier is in Ukraine, is in, these UAE, you better disclose them, because everybody will know what is happening on you will also affect them, because it is a supply chain, right? And I think even if you are negotiating an extension of delivery time, if you have facts around that, because your supplier is also our supplier. So that is important in the solution. The goods and services you are given to deliver as per contract is part of that solution. So what is it about? What is its quality? You can't believe, I bought a laptop. I thought it was competitively priced, only to learn that it was a refurb. That was the first time I learned of the word refurb. But I paid money for a new one. I didn't, I wish I had told Madam Nyakaisiki here to first verify it. I paid only to learn that it was a refurb. It was not the right good which I wanted. They are also looking for partnership. They are looking for your expertise, but I will focus on 6 and 7. Capabilities and capacity. Capabilities and capacity. Please, you are not moving with me. I am moving, and the other, 6 and 7, capabilities and capacity. As a sustainable supplier, always ask yourself a question. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? And this one you need to talk to yourself. You don't need anybody else. Can I do it? One time I was invited in Malawi to support a project in, what is this thing they use? Blockchain technology. I can tell you, that was my first time I heard of blockchain technology, but I had been put on the consultancy team. I asked myself, can I do it? The answer was, I can't do it. But the money was very attractive. So I responded that I can do it. As soon as they gave me a confirmation email, I went to Makerere in the faculty of computing. I asked them, do you know blockchain? I found people, everybody knew it except me. Said, we know it. It is this interconnected, this and that. Blah, blah, blah. I went into a short profiling and induction and what. I also got some materials. I read some when I was on the flight. I arrived when I knew blockchain, but not quite sure whether it was blockchain. What I'm saying, if I wasn't part of the bigger team, I would have embarrassed myself. They read my profile as they have read it. They knew this person must be knowing blockchain. But by the time I returned, I had known blockchain. I had to first agree with my team that I don't know it. Capability is about, can you do it? Capacity is about, how much can you do? All right? I think these two things, from my experience, are very important. There is when you can do it, but how much can you do? So, will you take up the entire tender yourself? Because they want 50,000 laptops, isn't it? Will you deliver 50,000 laptops? You may have to speak the truth that maybe that is a huge job. And then down the stream, you collaborate with those who can join you, and you meet this big assignment, right? And when they call you for pre-bid and other meetings, you could persuade that maybe this job can be lotted. That's why PPD has made sure that big jobs are also a lie to our local people. If you want them to supply 50,000 laptops at a go, it's a big job which they may lose out. But if you split it into manageable lots, they can also contribute. Maybe suppliers as a way of sensitization. When these jobs are too huge, you can also go and do a preliminary engagement that we find that this is too huge for us. Is it possible to have it in manageable lots? And if you are with the collaboration with Mr. Karuhanga is advocating here, partnership, collaboration, you and me are one, then you should also negotiate some of those things and they are manageable lots. Some advisory, as I close, advisory, we did a study with AFIC. I did analyze their data and we wrote a report. This information is mine. They should actually be quoting me because it is, we found 6 in 10 projects, they were delayed. So this means 60% of contracts are delayed. And I see Doreen is saying yes. I don't know whether she has the data in the KCCA. Most contracts placed are not delivered as per the time allotted. That's a key finding, and they are using it to punish you. So if delivery speed and time is not worked on, they will continue dropping you, chasing you. Some entities actually drop suppliers illegally. There is a case which has been trending. During evaluation, they smuggled in a wrong criterion. When they realized the bad supplier was about to win a big tender in that entity, they introduced history. They said last time he delayed to deliver, so they used it and dropped the contractor. He took them on and said, all what you are using to drop me was not in the what? In the what? In the criteria. And we saw that in the bidding document, it was not there, so leave me alone. I don't know how they have ended that case. But you can see an entity is struggling to save itself from engaging yet another person, yet the same person who will not deliver. Which means we must work out on this. Number one is about consulting experts. I usually advise, why don't you consult those who know to support you in developing a winning bid? Why do you want to move alone? 3, we have also learned that costing these bids and jobs is suboptimal. After you have submitted your bid, it is low cost. To you, you think, injakuba kuba, my price is the lowest. But look at what I'm advising. The last bullet is about some money for yourself. If you are going to do all this and you forget a profit for yourself, why are you in business? Right? Cost materials properly, cost the labor properly, incorporate your overheads if they exist, but above all, incorporate a tax if it is applicable, but lastly, don't forget a margin for yourself. Otherwise, you may do for nothing. You may be too busy without a business. I always say that. Too busy without a business is no business. You are just too busy. Every tender you are bidding. After 15 years, you have nothing. And yet you have been winning tenders. Why are you not making money? You may be cheating yourself. Manage growth. Let growth not manage you. I am told when we begin generating much more wealth out of tenders, you know what these women say we begin doing. For them, they say we get more women. Is it we even move from Nansana to Chanja? Whereas, before you know it, the entire growth is mismanaged. We even buy new vehicles. Somebody told me, are you a consultant? Yes, show me your car. And I was driving my small one. He said, Oswaza consultant, you need a big one. But later I also bought it. Not, because they were saying, those who supply other things can come with a Nadia. But for you consultant, you must be with nange kati njirina, but it is sustainable. I can afford to to use my vehicle. But please, let's manage growth. Second, third last, avoid zero-sum game practices. Zero-sum game. In brief, it is we win or they lose. Zero-sum, mathematically. If somebody has won, you must cause that person to lose. So that all of us, we lose. Many of the cases which move to the tribunal, they have been doing a good job dismissing very many of them. When at PPDA we used to handle those cases, we would spend a whole day up to night dealing with a matter which has no substance. But you must hear it and dismiss it properly. But you have heard about it. You have even earned a sitting allowance, hence no value for money. But that's the nature of public procurement. Zero-sum gaming is too much. I can tell you, many of you have been reached out that is there a way this person can lose? I'm willing to pay you. Can you imagine? A water supplier has a budget to spend on making the winner to lose. I'm told some go to URA and say this contractor has not been paying taxes. Checking. All of this is zero-sum gaming. At least you are saying if I didn't win, at least no one should. It is bad behavior. Seek debrief when you do not win. W-I-N is missing. When you, I think it is there, yes. When you don't win. When you don't win. Always go. Now there is where I am also managing something. It was a 1.6 billion something. When the person did not pass, I got a call from my boss. You know, Doreen, I didn't know what you go through. From Dr. Chaligonza's main building there, somebody called me, why has this supplier not won? I said, I'm not aware, but he has not also come to my office. I wish he came and I explained. They don't give you opportunity to explain their failure. They will go to your boss. A debrief can only come from where you failed from. But if you go to higher authorities, you are just showing bad manners. That's bad manners. Lastly, manage relationships. Burning bridges is not business. Burning bridges is not business. And I see some suppliers burning bridges. Until Zimbabwe day, if they don't give me again, let them leave. It is not good business. We are in a relationship. Today you can win a contract. The next you may not win a contract. But the other day you will win a contract. Including me who lost a consultancy through fraud. The person called me, said, you know, Kabagambe, this one we have taken it away from you because our boss wanted it. You take it from me. The guy was in one of the local governments. He told me, I'm telling you the truth. You had a good bid, but my boss there is one of the councillors. Now they have promised that the next time they will give you. I did not burn the bridges. I said it has gone. The following time, he was the one to call me that, did you see the advert? We have put in. And I put in, and I got. Burning bridges is not good business. Thank you for listening to me, and I wish you good deliberations, especially as you avoid zero-sum game. If you lose, don't make others lose. But also burning bridges is not good business. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Great. I think Dr. Kabagambe there deserves an even bigger round of applause. I was worried that his presentation was going to be very academic, but you will agree with me that he has nailed it. He was personal, he was candid, and I think he reflected what many of us go through, especially the part where he had to say we should appeal to our innermost candid self and ask whether this I can do. We know of suppliers whose products and services are possibly around the kind of work I do, master of ceremony, moderation, and all that. But then when you put out a tender for the supply of a satellite spare part, I am also there. Then they say we want someone to supply us some works to put some asphalt layering around our head office, I also apply. The next thing you see, you are asking for someone to equip your gym at the UCC office. I'm told there's a state-of-the-art gym. Then I'm also there bidding. When you want a 5-star kitchen at UCC office, I am bidding. Supply of motor vehicles, I am bidding. Oil exploration, you can't be a jack of all trades. Perhaps, unless you can show that you are in what they call, we know the terms to use. We put JVs, joint venture, then you have consortiums and all sorts of things. So I'm glad that Dr. Kabagambe here has candidly spoken to us in that regard. But also, he has said some of the things are not as rocket science as you imagine them. That you can undertake to offer a service which you have no idea about and use a very short time to go through a crash course to supply that service. And you know why you would be successful? Many a times, some of these people ask you for services they also do not know about. Someone is asking you to offer a service and they have absolutely no clarity. So they ask you, we want you to offer this service. Can you design the TORs and the scope of works and the bill of quantities? So it comes from you to them, then they put their signature and send to you. So today's supplier conference is about speaking to each other around that. Now, all those things are going to be discussed at the next session, which is a panel discussion. Now, we have a panel discussion that is going to be populated by strong and astute individuals coming in from different entities, some government, others private, others sitting in between government and private. For example, I don't know where NSSF sits, whether it's government, private, it's in a gray area. Because the people there say they work for government. When you ask them for their public service engagements, so no, we are not employed through the Public Service Commission, but somehow we have our own processes. Some procurements are governed by PPDA, others are provided for by another DA. So, but we're going to have these conversations nonetheless. However, how about before the panelists come forward, we go through our quiz again? 3 questions, 3 answers, 3 prizes, and we proceed. Who wants to go first? I'm still running the liberal system where you put up your hand before the question is asked. There is a hand at the back. I don't know whether you are stretching your hand or you are putting it up. Very good. So let's get the microphone to you as I get the questions ready. Great. Still, we are going through the same format. We give objectives and we handle. So, you've been hearing words like bidding, okay? And now the question is, what is open bidding? A, is it inviting all selected suppliers? B, is it allowing all qualified bidders to participate? C, is it negotiating with one supplier? D, is it emergency procurement?
The answer is B.
B.
Inviting all qualified suppliers to compete.
I think we are in a room of people who know what they are doing. She gets it right. Your gift is coming. Now you are ready to see the microphone. The next volunteer to answer the next question. Anyone? There is a hand here at the front. You ready? We go? Very good. So now I'm looking at you, looking at my questions, and I'm wondering which one of them I should give you. But let's go with this one. Which law governs public procurement in Uganda? Is it the Companies Act? Is it the Finance Act? Is it the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act? Is it the Investments Code Act? Or all the above?
C.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What does C say?
Public procurement and disposal.
I finished the whole name of the law.
Act.
There's a word missing. The acronym is PPDA, Act. What does the A stand for?
Assets.
Very good. I thought you were going to tell me it also stands for Act. You know, many of you hear them saying, I'm going to the ATM machine, okay? Let's put ATM in full. You are otherwise going to the automated teller machine. And that's why ABSA is our partner here today as one of the sponsors. It's one of the top leading banks in Uganda. Recently declared very huge profits and carried them all away, you know where. Sorry, I digress. But they are here to guide us in matters of transactions to ensure that the money goes into the right channels, is protected, and your procurement can be done right. Finally, another taker for the quiz. There is a lady there in a very flowery outfit. I would choose her any day. Have you heard of the word debarment?
Never.
No. So quickly get your phone, go on Google and use some Google search to first find out what debarment is. We'll allow you to use technology. After all, UCC is supposed to facilitate that. And then I will ask my question. When you find out what debarment is, put up your hand and then we roll. Do we have it? Hmm? Aha. So comfortably you have it?
Yes.
Good. So now you can stand up and we ask that question. What can lead to debarment of a bidder? A, late delivery. B, fraud or corruption. C, high pricing. D, lack of experience.
All of the above. The delivery.
Uh-huh.
All of them.
Everyone is giving me different. I can hear people murmuring all the answers.
Lack of experience.
Uh-huh.
Another one, what?
You recognize, you want me to repeat the objectives, or everyone you are mentioning is the right answer according to you?
They are all right.
They are all right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, one of them is more right than the other three.
Repeat again.
I repeat again. You had the chance to use AI, you didn't use it. So you may now need to recruit an actual person to help you with that question. There's a lady at the back wearing black and a flowery shawl around her. Do you mind walking up to us so together you first conference and then you answer that question? What could most likely lead to the debarment of a bidder? Late delivery, fraud or corruption, high pricing, or lack of experience?
Fraud.
Or
lack of experience.
I said fraud or corruption.
Corruption.
Okay.
No, fraud.
Yeah, B is fraud or corruption.
Yes, fraud.
Yes. Okay. If it is true that fraud or corruption can lead to the debarment of a bidder, in all honesty, are there still any bidders left in Uganda?
Yes.
Are you sure? Like, for example, yourself, eh? Even after you were given opportunity to use AI and all that, you sure there was no fraud, no corruption, no favoritism? And that's exactly what happens. That they are right answers, but even the wrong answers can be justified. That they are right answers, but the right answers can also be debarred because something else has come up and made them look like they are wrong. That's why now we shall have a panel discussion of eminent personalities from different organizations, and when I invite you, please come forward and take your respective seats. They are labeled. If your organization is not labeled there, blame Moses. And I think that's why he has walked out of the room to run a few things, including printing your name. Let's put our hands together. And they are coming here in no particular order. But for number one, I think they deserve a very loud hand clap, and I'll tell you why. Mr. Louis Bright Muhangura, he comes from the Uganda Revenue Authority. All bidders nowadays, there is a word called EFRIS that keeps coming our way. Great. From the PPDA, the main people that give us headache and also facilitate our work, Richard Tumuheire. Richard? Okay. You have an interesting name. Most welcome. I am this years old today and only getting to know there is an organization referred to as the PPDA Tribunal. So a representative by the names of Chiwa Francis Frank, please step forward. I'm also this old today that you can be Francis and Frank at the same time. Yet I thought one was the short form of another. It means he is too frank. He had to be named twice. Frank. Now I'll turn to Kampala Capital City Authority. I see from my list Miss Monica Rose Nyakeisiki. I have a special question for you from KCCA. From URSB, which I believe is the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, we have Mr. Abaho Derek. Is your company fully registered? Does it have company form 18? Is the certificate of incorporation the same as the other? All those questions around legalese. So they do more than just marriages and dissolution of which they register companies, these guys. Ivan Tohamie, representing the National Social Security Fund, NSSF. Our hosts of today are also going to be represented at the panel, and this is none other than Moses Karuhanga, and then my good old teacher, Dr. Kabagambe, you will return and take your position here. So there is one label indicating UCC and there are two chairs. So I think you sit in order of age or color complexity. You make your choice. Aha. Now, before us we have a panel that is composed of different people, but from almost complementary institutions. And they have exactly 45 minutes. There are 8 of them. And I am the 9th being the moderator. So averagely, when you get 45 and divide by 9, it means each one of us has 5 minutes. But the moderator has special allowance. He will speak for 30 of those 45 minutes. So it leaves them with 15 minutes for 8 of them. It means we have to be very kind to them about the questions we ask them. But in a tour de table, we are going to start by going around the table and putting one generic question to each one of them. By way of introduction, they will share with us what it is in their respective entities do they hold dearest in as far as the issue of procurement is concerned. That value proposition statement. From URA, when we say the word procurement, what comes to your mind as URA and what do you do around it? Is it to tax it off the face of the earth? Is it to facilitate it so that when one gets through a procurement process, they're able to do business in an enabling environment that makes them a better taxpayer for you to get taxes from them on a good day? What comes to your mind? I'll start with URA. I will request that we get a handheld mic because these stable mics are put on one very flawed assumption. It's like procurement regulations. They assume everyone is the same height, same size. So you'll find some of them have to bend almost up to the knees to talk on the mic. Others simply can't reach it. But a handheld, someone can always get it to there. So let's take it to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, and the panelists that are here, and UCC, and all you members who are here. So when you talk about procurement at URA, we are looking at tax compliance and supplier advantages. It's not about being legal, like you're following a legal obligation, but it is something that is giving you competitive advantage. Because most of you are going to come here for taxpayer clearance certificates. So we don't look at procurement as if it's like just a legal obligation for you as a supplier, but something that gives you competitive advantage as a what? As a supplier. That's how we look at it as URA.
And that lady right next to you was referred to as Richard in the introductory remarks, but I believe she has a name that sounds kinder than Richard. So introduce yourself and pardon us for the wrong nomenclature.
Thank you so much, Simon. Obviously, I'm not Richard. My name is Sheila Nachiwala. I'm a dangerous substitute to Richard. I work with PPDA as a senior officer, legal affairs. So at PPDA, what is most dear to us as a principal regulator for public procurement, we are interested in service delivery. As our tagline says, regulating for results. We are no longer monitoring government entities to ensure that they comply with procedures and processes, but at the end of the day, is there service delivery? Is there value for money? Is there sustainability? And local content, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, is at our hearts at the moment to ensure that national providers are getting a share of this procurement cake. Thank you.
Madam Dangerous Substitute, are you trying to tell us this morning into the afternoon that these days the end justifies the means, that you no longer have to adhere to those strict, almost by the letter provisions of the law to be on the good side of procurement. All one needs is to show that they are able to deliver a good service or item, and as long as they are a local company.
Both of them or all of them have to go hand in hand. We cannot say that just because you adhere to the process, you should go ahead and supply. They have to go hand in hand. We do not want a process that is to the letter, but at the end of the day, people are complaining about the service, or that the product was low quality, or that the road was not done, but on paper, the process was well done. The two have to go hand in hand.
Great. I'll turn to you, Chiwa Francis Frank. You tell us frankly, many times we find PPDA too rigid to allow for serious competition. Also, sometimes it is too rigid to allow for nice goods and services to be delivered. But even finally, we find some of those that invite us as suppliers unfairly using PPDA to disqualify us on the smallest and flimsiest of reasons, and we eventually end up at the tribunal. Tell us, when we arrive there, what are the considerations you make the most of?
Thank you, Simon. What PPDA Appeals Tribunal is established to hear disputes from bidders who have submitted a bid and not satisfied with the procurement process and have complained to the accounting officer, but they are not happy with the decision of the accounting officer. So such bidders come directly to the tribunal complaining about perhaps the evaluation process, or that the person who won should not have won. The others who can also come to the tribunal are persons who are not bidders, but who are adversely affected by a decision that the entity has taken, perhaps to award a contract to somebody. Now, when you come to the tribunal, what we expect from you is point out what your complaint is. What is that part of the bidding document or the law that has been breached? Why do you think that you have been wrongly evaluated or wrongly eliminated? As long as you point that out, we're a merits review tribunal, we will look into the merits of your matter and we will make a decision. Thank you.
Great. I think you noticed that all the panelists are from entities that you must have a good relationship with if you must qualify to do business with the government. For example, URA, at least you must have a TIN or a tax clearance certificate. PPDA, obviously you must be registered with them. The tribunal, if you're registered with PPDA, you certainly go to the appeals tribunal. Now, KCCA. If especially you're going to do business and you claim to be located within this area of their jurisdiction, you should have a trading license. So KCCA is very important in ensuring that you are a legal business operating in this area. Thing is though, if I have a comms consultancy domiciled on Kampala Road, and I have a colleague with whom I'm competing having their comms consultancy in their garage in Chinawataka, which is still in Kampala, and another has the same comms consultancy in their bedroom or even in a commercial building, but somewhere in Machindye, in a nook and corner behind KIU. The fee for our trading license tends to vary. And we would wonder why. If it's the same service, why should the location of the business determine why a trading license is higher? I think it would be nice that these people get to understand why, for the same caliber of services or goods, they pay different amounts for their trading licenses.
Thank you very much, Simon. Now, do I start with the first one or the second one?
Make your choice, Monica.
Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think I would like to put across the heartfelt value that we look for when we are undertaking procurement. And as KCCA, many of you know that we are a service delivery center. We are mandated to provide services to Kampala citizens, and that means a range of services from roads construction, from garbage management, to collecting taxes for my neighbor here, and education services, plus many others. So as we undertake procurement, something which is deeply seated at our heart is provision of quality services. As we select the service providers, our desire is to have those providers that will give us quality services for our Kampala citizens. Regarding the issue of having different trading license fees from different places, Simon and all of you gentlemen, we have an ordinance that governs that kind of charges. KCCA, as you're aware, was established by law, and to operationalize that law, we have what we call ordinances. And the ordinance for revenue collection provides for those kind of changes depending on the location of your business. If I'm located in Ntinda and another is located in, say, Makindye, we are likely to pay different figures, and the ordinance had several considerations that led to that conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you have answered that question, although I don't sense a sense of satisfaction in the audience. Not your fault. Please, it's not her fault. It is the fault of the law. That's what the KCCA Act prescribes. If you want it changed, you know the people you recently elected into parliament, the majority of whom are now in a retreat. We can pass on the message. They are in one room, at least as I speak now, and they may possibly make an amendment to the law. So from KCCA, thank you very much, although I must recognize the presence of the Deputy Director for Procurement at Kampala Capital City Authority, my good friend Doreen Akatuera. Stand up so they can see who issues contracts at KCCA for everything meanwhile, from roads, garbage collection and disposal, and everything that the city would require. Turning back to the Registration Services Bureau, maybe quickly take us through, before we ask you why you delay us when we come to your doorstep, if at all, but when you hear procurement, what comes to your mind?
Thank you so much, Simon. And I want to use part of the 2 minutes to first and foremost thank UCC for organizing such a well-organized event. Thank you so much. It gives us a platform to interact with the people that we actually serve. It's very commendable. Going back to the question, maybe before that I should say that my name is Derek Abaho, and I come to you from the Uganda Registration Services Authority, URSB, commonly known as. As Simon raised, on our part, when we hear the word supplier, what we expect on our part is 2 things. First, formalization of your business, and second, periodical compliance. On the part of formalization, what we expect is that for you to supply or to transact with government as a supplier or as a provider of services, you should be formalized, you should be registered. That business should be registered, that company should be incorporated in accordance with the laws that govern formalization in Uganda. And without that, the chances that you're going to get opportunity to transact with any of the government entities, not only UCU, are very minimal. So we encourage people first and foremost to formalize if they intend to transact with government as suppliers or providers of certain services. And that's one. And I want to believe that majority of the people that are here as suppliers have their businesses registered. The second limb is to do with compliance. Now, these businesses that we usually register have a compliance requirement attached to them. For example, if you own a company, it is incumbent upon you as a shareholder, as a director, to make sure that every year that passes, you file what is referred to as annual returns. It's basically an account of the standing or the status of the company. Now, to give you a brief background about that is, previously we had quite a number of companies that we had registered, and they were in our books as registered companies, but on ground they were not operational. Someone comes, he has maybe too much motivation, they have seen an opportunity or they have seen an advert that maybe UCC is interested in getting or hiring people that can supply, let's say, cleaning services, and they immediately think of registering a company, but because they have not gotten a job, they abandon that company and just leave. So the company is on paper and is in our records as registered, but in the economy, that company is not existing. So the innovation that was put was to have these companies that we have in the economy periodically report back to URSB, to the Register of Companies and the Register of Business Names, to inform him or her that we are still in operation. And that is the basis upon which we request every registered company, every registered business to make sure that on an annual basis, you file your annual returns, you file your statement of business continuity to prove to the registrar that your company or that business is still in existing within our economy. And that is the other biggest expectation that we have on our part as URSB when we hear of a supplier.
So Mr. Abaho here is saying, many of you who leave your villages where you come from and come to Kampala, so that your village people don't forget that you exist, find time once a year, go back home and report and say, people, I am still there, I am alive and kicking. I find it interesting that for a company that registered to get business, did not get business, has decided to go in abeyance. What business do I have going back to URSB and say I am still in operation? I have not operated in the first place. So I'm telling you I'm still in operation. If I report myself to you, and your neighbor to the far end also gets to know, and then you must also declare returns. And they have a nice way of saying it that, no, if you have nothing you have done, declare zero or nil returns. We shall come to that later, but we appreciate that we must come back to you to say we are still in operation even when we are not. Now, next. Sir, just quickly roll away.
Thank you, Simon. Ivan KJ Tuhamye from NSSF. What is NSSF? A statutory scheme established by the Act of Parliament of Uganda, Cap 230, to provide for social security services to employees in Uganda. So we exist for members in employees, we exist for employers, we exist to receive contributions from members, and then, of course, investment and paying out benefits. A little to UCC, I saw some staff members above 50 to 60 and above 60. You actually can access your savings if you are in that category. Now, when we hear procurement.
Let's be very clear. You can access all your savings or 20% of your savings.
If you are above 55, you can access all your savings. The choice is yours, take it all or take it in bits.
We have had.
Okay. When we hear procurement, I said we exist for employers. Section 7 and specifically 4, subsection 4, clearly states that every time an employer is applying for business, they must attach a clearance certificate, which is proof of their compliance on our side, in terms of their day-to-day or monthly contributions signed by the managing director. So when we hear procurement, then we expect compliance on the part of an employer. A clearance certificate is issued to every entity which is compliant, and compliance, like I said, we exist for employers and members. Every end of month when you have paid wages, we expect you to deduct 5% from every employee and add 10% as an employer that you pay to NSSF every 15th day of the following month. So you have 15 days within which to prepare and pay NSSF. Now, when you are compliant, when you are prepared, when you are ready, like Doctor said, and you have a deal, a bid has come out, just go on your portal, apply for clearance, and you'll have it within that day. In fact, under 4 hours, you should have it in your inbox. Thank you.
Under 4 hours, I like that. And they could be right. I am one of those of advanced age who have already consumed their 20% midterm, and I can guarantee you that I went there the day after I clocked 45. That was many years ago. And that very day, it was a Tuesday, I put in all my paperwork, and by Wednesday, lunchtime, the money had reflected on my account. And I'm happy to inform you that by Friday, it was finished. And we are talking about huge sums of money. That's how quickly we consume our savings. Moses, you would have gone next, but you're the host, so I'll allow you the latitude to go last. I will now allow Dr. Kabagambe to just look at what everyone here has submitted from their viewpoint of procurement and suppliers, and tell us from an academic perspective, from an astute practitioner point of view, are they looking at us the right way, or something is missing in translation? 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Simon. I think you have given me the best perspective. I think to me, 3 things come out, and I would beg that they view suppliers in this light. Many of them, I thank them, they have gone into some customer-centric perspective. Some have pursued them from a regulatory angle. But when I add all of them, I have 3 issues. One, to me, procurement, whenever you hear about it, I want to beg that everyone sees it as number 1, income to supply, as income. The moment you are, I don't know where the problem is. Yeah? Or something. All right. Whenever procurement is sounded, 1, look at it as income to the supplier. Kasente. And that's why you see them coming and running. That is money. So facilitate them to get that money. Number 2, every time procurement is sounded, look at it as an enabler to deliver mandate. Procurement, without it, you also have no mandate to deliver, because you are created to deliver a specific mandate, and you will do it by either through goods, services, works, etc. Even UCC, gigantic as they are and as we know them, they shut us off by a click, but they also need services to even enable them to click. Yes? So to me, that's it. Then lastly, I would see also procurement in terms of socio-economic transformation. And you can see if procurement is not viewed in those 3 lights, you will continue seeing them as this man, this woman, this company, Batutama. I don't know. They should even be blacklisted. What are they doing here? And no effort may be given to transform them into an economic lot. I can end here. That's what I would beg everyone to see them. And to, but maybe before I sign out, I want to use this opportunity that besides what you know, I am actually now introducing to you Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, which is a new kid on this block, with a mandate, Simon, to train teachers. It is a mandate to train teachers under the Ministry of Education and Sports. And I'm privileged to serve in that institute as the accounting officer. So you can see, to me, the 3 points I've given are dear to me. They are to the heart. Some of these are privileged to have people like us. And for me, once a supplier has delivered, before maybe in the future I might develop bad manners. For now, I clear payments within a week, whatever amount, because I have ability and the will. So when we put out a tender and you see Uganda National Institute for Teacher Education, first deliver your bid to me before delivering elsewhere, because here we are enabling you to survive. Thank you.
Dr. Kabagambe did say his organization, UNITE, is a new kid on the block. He has also said he happens to be the accounting officer who makes payments within a week. Should we tell him the truth, or we simply say, Sebo yogeza buto? Huh? Should we tell him the truth of why you, accounting officers, and the big people in your organizations pay even across financial years if the suppliers are lucky? And that's the reason we have this panel discussion. My role is to serve you, these people. You ask them all the questions they are, because you have been suffering in silence. But Moses is like a chieful promoter. He told me to tell you, nti bonamba rese. You have a problem with URIM, you have a problem with KCCA, you have a problem with PPDA. He even brought two from PPDA. One named twice. Then he brought someone from URSB, has brought from NSSF, and then he brought a neutral party who is an academic. Now let us put our questions forward. Earlier on we agreed we will be candid. What is mentioned here stays here and does not go into contracts committee meetings so that you are blacklisted. Let's agree that whatever suppliers say here is their pain point, and if you want to blacklist, you blacklist me on behalf of that supplier. If it's very painful, I will tell you who the supplier is. So as we prepare the questions, you'll put up your hand and we'll move the microphone to you. Allow me also recognize one or two friends of Moses, and not in a personal way, but in an institutional manner, that we see commissioners of procurement in different ministries and government agencies that have come to attend this suppliers conference of UCC, many of whom, like we said earlier on, are also your clients and you are their clients. So allow me recognize Dr. Charlie Gonza, Commissioner of Procurement at Ministry of Finance. Hey, you are not clapping generously. This is Ministry of Finance we are talking about. Eh? And a board member of PPDA. That's why he's at the front to see all of you. I also have the head of procurement, a director of procurement at the Bank of Uganda, Gloria Wakobe. Where are you? Gloria, I saw you around. Yeah, but she'll be coming back in. She's here. Bank of Uganda. I earlier on had introduced to you Doreen from KCCA. I'm sure it wouldn't be bad for you to be introduced twice. After all, we are in your area of jurisdiction. You may close this event and declare this tent unsafe, MESTIL, unworthy. So Doreen from KCCA, the head of procurement and disposal. I know something about her. She looks very nice and amiable at public events. Find her in a contracts committee meeting. That's when you know that Doreen is tall. I see my good friend Johnson Musingzi, an assistant commissioner in charge of procurement, Ministry of Local Government. Local government is huge. The country, Uganda, has never increased in size, but the number of local administrative units continue to increase. By the time we are out of Chankwanzi, it may already be a city, and that would add another portfolio to his work. We have other distinguished members coming in leading procurement departments in different entities of government, including where I first met Dr. Kabagambe at Makerere University Business School. The head of procurement is here of MOOBS, please. Where are you? I saw you around. Rodney? Rodney from Makerere University Business School. And the towering figure that just entered in here is a very senior executive at the Uganda Communications Commission, Mr. Fred Otuno. Am I right? I would have said stand up, but be careful so that you don't hit the ceiling. But stand up and so that people can see you. Fred is tall. So who's asking the first question to this panel really is seated here to take concerns from all of us. And we're going to do this for just a few minutes because we need to go into the more important aspect of the day, which is another plenary discussion. There's a lady at the back. I can see many hands, so where are the hands? And you know the order. The lady over there in a striped top. Then we shall go to the lady in white, the gentleman in a navy blue jacket. We'll take them in threes.
Okay, thank you very much, UCC, for inviting us here, and the panelists for all your submissions. My name is Kabite Leila from Deloitte. According to the proposal preparations, we faced a number of challenges, especially in the uploading of all the documents, especially coming from URA, the TCC, powers of attorney, the NSSF certificate too. So I'm wondering, can't we have one focal point where, say like UCC can obtain them from, other than printing them out in the preparation of the proposals? Thank you very much.
Question is specifically for you, Moses. For Moses. Next. The microphone came to the lady in white.
Thank you. My question goes to the gentleman for URSP. Every time we want some of our documents certified, or when we are submitting the annual returns, there is always a prerequisite of having a postal address. Now, my question is, what is the relevance of having a postal address in the daily running of our businesses? How is it really important? Thank you.
A very important question, although would have appreciated an introduction. And if you fear...
Thank you, Simon. My name is Mary Kabatesi. The company is Danena Enterprises. Thank you.
Beautiful question. In a country where they no longer ask you for your PLE certificate, why would anyone need a PO box number? There's a gentleman in a navy blue jacket. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, members. I want to thank UCC for this platform. My name is Fred Wada, team leader, Dansem Construction Company Limited. My question is, yes, we have gone ahead and signed the contracts. We have gone ahead and executed work, or we are executing, but it becomes challenging to invoke the clauses that the employer and us that are good too, because I'm referring to what Doctor mentioned of burning bridges is not a good business. I would want to really ask for guidance. How would we go about that? A case in point, designs are delayed. They expect you to proceed with the works. Payments are delayed. Now, when you invoke a clause for interest, you are put in a different room. Why is that company asking for interest when it is in the contract? So I would want some guidance on that. How do we strengthen relationship with our clients, but at the same time, going back to the blueprint, which actually brought us together in the same place. Thank you very much.
I am not sure who exactly should answer that question, but I know that on the panel, KCC, I think, has, like they say, when you have the biggest head, you don't miss a stone throw. Considering that KCCA touches each one of us, especially where we are, they are the ones who deal with especially road designs, who may delay with the designs, and who may not necessarily honor your request for variations. Other than that, I frankly do not know Mr. Fred Wada how to burn a bridge, whether to use a matchbox, a cigarette lighter, or a gun. But I'm sure the panelists will handle. So, let's go with the first question that came to you, Moses. Laura from Deloitte, put it to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I would like to take this note that we have Commissioner for Policy, Procurement Policy, and the Ministry of Finance. But the reason, the question you're raising is about digitization. And at UCC, we are trying to digitize. But different institutions have different mandates. URA, NSSF, KCC, they have different mandates. But what are we trying to say? That we submit online. But we cannot stop you from getting that requirement, getting cleared by URA. So for us, at policy level, at PPDA level, we can review if we can integrate all these systems so that you submit once. But at UCC, we don't have that mandate. But through Ministry of Finance and through PPDA, we can look at it, and through our Ministry of ICT, we can see how we can digitize these systems, how they can be integrated so that you submit once. Simon, thank you so much. I take this opportunity to tell you at UCC, what do we look at when you talk about procurement? We look at value for money, quality and cost, because we are there to provide solutions to top management, make sure that they meet their mandate. So at procurement, we are always solution providers. So when you talk about other departments, PDUs, you are here. You are there to provide solution. So at PDU, at UCC, we look at value for money, but also providing solutions to top management, make sure that they meet their mandate. Simon, before you recognized Fred, the director, representing ED, we have Director James Beronda. He's our director of UCSAF. You can stand up for recognition. This is the biggest department in UCC. Apart from that, the reason we called you here is to have feedback from you providers. That's the most important. For us, we have told you as UCC, but we want to hear from you. What can we do better? So, and also, apart from feedback, we want you to network. We have heads of procurements here. Get a business card. We have all suppliers. So service providers and suppliers, you can make sure you work together. You can form partnerships where you cannot afford. You make sure you form partnerships, you get funding from the banks. That's why we have Barclays. So make sure you do networking here. Because when you don't know the head of procurement, at least you know a banker, you know UCC. But for UCC, we are here to make sure that at least
We have digital inclusivity. No one is left behind. So for you, all of you here, you are our customers. You are our consumers. And at UCC, we must make sure we will protect you as consumers, as UCC. But at PDU level, we look at quality and cost. Thank you so much, Simon.
Thank you very much, Moses, for reassuring us and setting the stage right. I think someone was asked from URSB the importance of a post office box, which for the most part cannot be found physically, and yet it must be paid for.
Thank you, Simon, for that. And thank you, Miss Mary Kabatesi from Daniela Enterprises. Simon, you emphasized that the suppliers that are raising these questions are going to be very candid. And I also want to state that I'll be very candid and honest in my response to that. I personally happen to have a company that is registered. And to be honest and sincere, up to this date, I do not see the advantage of having a postal address in my documents. Did you say that whatever we say is going to remain in this room? Thank you. I do not see the advantage because whenever I want to communicate with anyone about my business, I either use an email address or look them up on any other means of communication. Postal address has never been an option. And I want to be very honest about that. But I also want to refer to the words of Mr. Bosa. In his presentation, he made it clear that as a regulator, UCC is bound by what is appended in the books of law. Whatever is in the books of law, they must do. Whether it says you must register before you get a license or you get a license before you register, whatever way it puts it, they must comply. And that's exactly why we still have the postal address in our systems. The Companies Act requires that for every company that exists in Uganda, amongst the other many requirements that you must have, you should also provide a postal address. And if you do not have it, it's why it's hard to have your company either approved or permitted to continue in operation. For other entities that do not require that as a mandatory requirement, for example, business names, partnerships, we do not ask for that because it's not a requirement of the law. But where it is a mandatory requirement, the only way we can do away with it is if we get an amendment to the Companies Act to remove that requirement. I don't know if that answers the question.
I think it
to my
does.
Satisfaction.
It does, but I will just make an adjoiner since I am, you can switch off the mic. So you've heard what the law says, we must follow the law. I need to remind all of us that apartheid in South Africa was ingrained in the law. It was lawful. Is it still lawful? The law changed. Did it change easily? Someone had to spend, at least the time we know, 27 years in prison, countless lives lost for that law to change. So, he doesn't see the importance, indeed, of a PO box number. But do you recognize you pay for that PO box number? You may need to find out where that money ends. When you get to know where that money ends, then that's where we should ask the question, the importance. Because the money doesn't end in his pocket, he doesn't see the importance. To those in whose pockets the money ends, see the importance. The question is the pocket the consolidated fund, Ministry of Finance, does it come your way? Does the money of our PO box end up at the central bank? We don't know. Where it ends, we may need to ask, okay, it ends there, what does it do? Okay? So, again, many of you in this room say, for me, I'm not bothered by politics. Let them do what they want. Friends, politics is beginning to bite you. Because the politicians that make the laws which you must abide by. And when we talk about politics, we're not talking about the president or the members of parliament. The KCCA people will tell you, just in Kampala, we have close to 4,000 elected leaders, from LC1 to the Lord Mayor. If you put them all together, they are slightly over 4,000. They will tell you they have a debate. Do we have 99 or 102 parishes in Kampala? 101 parishes. Each parish is led by a what? A parish chief, who has an executive of 9. And for every parish, there are how many villages? And every village has an LC1 with 9 executive members. So you go parish, village, parish, sub-county, then division, then half a division, until you come down to the district. That's how many leaders you have. You can't tell me you can't approach any of your leaders to change a law. That said, you were asked, Dr. Kabagambe, he said burning bridges is not good business. No, you gave them the indication of burning bridges not good business. But the question seemed to end up at the doorstep of KCCA. What happens if I'm a supplier? And our rules of engagement are that, you know, if there is going to be a delay on your part, you're going to allow for variation. You're going to have for some remedial works. But yet to push for them, yet they are legally enforceable, may mean I am not going to be in your good books. How do we balance that? How do we make sure we don't burn that bridge?
Simon, I think the person who asked this question just feared to mention KCCA, because this is one of our core duties, and many things happen during those contract implementation phases. Under normal circumstances, we expect to have everything required before we sign the contract so that it flows seamlessly. However, in the unlikely events that some delays may pop along the way, affecting one party or the other, I think we need to get back to the reality of life. One, we have a contract, and that contract is binding to both parties. It states clearly the roles and responsibilities of each party and goes ahead to advise on what to do in case one party doesn't perform their bid. I would want to assume that you as a supplier, you know what is due to you, what your right is in this contract implementation. If you sincerely believe that the delay or whatever is causing the conflict is the responsibility of the other party, then I would encourage you to undertake your rights. If it means demanding for whatever interest, or you have, for example, mobilized machines, they are on site, you have to pay for them every day, you are not going to bear that burden which you have not caused. Asking for what is due to you in line with the contract, I wouldn't consider it as burning bridges. I think I look at burning bridges in form of being, say, malicious, dishonest, greedy, and then you try to squeeze everything to your end. There you'd be burning bridges. And by the way, Simon, if we know as KCCA we are the ones who are on the wrong side, even if you threatened, I'm going to sue, sometimes we receive such letters, we don't take it badly. We actually engage and try to see how to manage the situation. And as Dr. Kawagambe said, that we have something called relationships. it's not only about being contractual. We, as we work together, vendors and the employer, we develop relationships. We can talk to each other. We can agree on how to handle certain scenarios and eventually find a way forward. Don't be scared because of being considered as burning bridges. If you know deeply and your documents are also supporting you, you go ahead and ask for what is due to you. Thank you.
Let's switch off the microphone. So, distinguished suppliers, government officials, and everyone in this room, we have the opportunity to ask these people questions that are pain point to us, and they have the opportunity to respond to you. Time is not an ally on our end, and I notice you're not holding the bull by the neck. Now let me lead it for you. I have heard and I've been seeing cheats coming my way. Let's have this conversation. Many of you are almost getting out of business because you supplied the government the other presidential term. To date, your payment is still lacking somewhere in the shadow. You fulfilled every requirement. You went through every process. But when it comes to the point between the ones who contracted you, the procurement people, and Mr. Akol, the finance person, and I'm using Akol, not him as an individual, but as an example of what happens in institutions. There is the procurement people, and then there is the finance, the ones who have to pay you at the end. Then there is also Simon, who is the user, and I'll give an example because I have worked both in government and private. Maybe that's why they called me here to be the master of ceremony. I have been a user. I want to procure a camera. The ED wants a camera so badly because they need to have their pictures taken. They are tired of showing their pictures as selfies, sometimes not well taken. So they want a proper camera. And I am the head of communication. And I've put out a bid, and all of you have put in your quotes. But remember, between the time the quote ends and now, there is a trip to China where I could possibly be going with the ED. I see online that this very camera I'm looking for, if I find it in China, I'll find it at $1,000. So I come and tell my procurement people, Moses, I have seen the camera I want, the specifications are here. If I go on eBay, if I go to China, I will get it for $1,000. So the battle starts between me and Moses, who tells you, Simon, that's not how government procurement is done. You must have a call, then bidders put through, then we evaluate them, then we announce best evaluated bidder, we allow for 21 days of complaints, you know the usual. By the time that camera is procured, 4 months, 6 months down the road, it used to be $1,000, right? Now it is costing the organization $8,700. The local supplier is a poor company here in Uganda, and we are on Bubu, who supplies the camera on the promise that they should be paid within a month. And the finance person sits on that invoice until 2 financial years later. We want to understand. Let's be frank and have this conversation. You are the professionals. Why do you think the urgency of the user should be sacrificed on the altar of PPDA? Oh, you as the user, first let's respect PPDA. Okay. Even when PPDA is respected, why should a bidder suffer who has gone through the evaluation, has delivered the high spec with an inflated price? But of course, I know they will also cater for third-party costs, which include taxes. And then, like that's not bad enough, you delay their payment for 2 financial years. How do you expect that company to remain in the market? How do you expect the user department to offer the service? Remember, I have an evaluation at the end of every quarter. My ED saying, but Simon, I employed you here to improve my image. and you didn't bring the right cameras. Even when you tell them, no, Mr. ED, the camera only photographs what it sees. So you are as good as the photographs that come out. They said, you told me that the camera you're buying is going to improve how I look. As you're busy explaining yourself on that part, procurement says, me, I did the evaluation, I passed on everything, they even delivered. Now it is finance. And then finance says, the budget framework and the release from the Ministry of Finance, and they always those nice stories. The loose minute has. So who can step forward? Maybe the Commissioner for Procurement at Ministry of Finance may need to chime in here. How about we incorporate you on this panel? Yes. Madam, please pass the microphone to a very big person and make sure it is sanitized before it arrives at its destination. I don't take responsibility of what happens. That's Dr. Chaligonza.
This is a tough one, It is a tough one. Yes. Consultations. A person asking you to respond to issues related to money. Domestic areas, I think, is the subject. It's a very tough one, but I'll make an attempt. Once again, I'm Isaac Chaligonza. I am Commissioner Procurement Policy. Fortunately, I have been a practitioner. I've not taken time to check through the suppliers around, but I've been a practitioner. I've been a head PDU in many government institutions. I was in many of them. Defense, police, education, energy. So I know the pain. I know the pain that one goes through if they delivered and are not paid on time. But because of the limited time we have, let me get to the point. What is government thinking about this problem? One is digitalization. Somebody tried to prompt me about EGP, electronic government procurement. I didn't want to go there because we have some challenges with the EGP phase 1. But I want to answer that going forward, we want to minimize the issue of unpaid bills by linking our budget to our procurement plans and our procurement plans to the requisitions, and these requisitions and the procurement process to the integrated financial management system. So, day one, you are initiating a procurement. Your requisition should be picked from a plan on system, and your plan should be premised on the budget, so that from day one, you begin reserving or encumbering funds that will help us not to commit government for items that we shall not be able to pay. That's the way forward. And we already have started. But we must apologize for cases where government has not been able to pay within the 30 days after delivery and acceptance and verification of deliverables. Now, currently, what we are doing is, yes, we have a stock of domestic arrears, and we have a budget for domestic arrears. But because there are some bad boys in that process, we normally hire annually a firm to verify. And I want to tell you, excellence, I was reading about excellence here and what Dr. Kabagambe said. We all must come clean. Even when we try to verify arrears, we find some people, wrong people, trying to claim for what they didn't deliver. So we hire an independent company, Ernst & Young, KPMG, and they tell us you find around 30 or 40% of the invoices coming through as domestic arrears or bills are fictitious, fraudulent, and what we do, we prioritize and pay. And actually, even today they are reading the cash available for the coming quarter. I'm very informed that there is that batch for domestic arrears. So ladies and gentlemen, we can't work alone as government. We must work with you because you are our providers and we must support each other. So to that extent, I want to say, going forward, digitalization is the way to go in mitigating the issue of unpaid bills. I think to that extent, I have answered. I apologized for the domestic arrears that are not paid, but we make every effort to pay you, and the budget that will be read states that arrears are first priority. So when we release a budget that is coming, for example, arrears for entities like KCC and any other government institution, please consider arrears number one, because then you will suffocate our providers, and what we are looking for as socio-economic transformation will never be achieved. Thank you, MC, and if there are many other questions I can attempt to answer.
You stay with the microphone.
On behalf of government.
First, stay with the microphone.
Yes.
Dr. Charigonza. We who are storytellers read books like Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. There is a point where in the book, a creditor came to demand from this man, Okonko, and he took him into a room and showed him sticks on the wall and said, all those are people who I owe money. The short sticks meant there is little money, the long ones mean it's a lot of money. And then he said, now for you, you are in this category where, and he gave a long story, he said, when the sun is shining, it first shines on those who are standing before it shines on those who are. So when you come and tell us that arrears are a priority, are we going in and first come, or the arrears, or it is the size of the arrears? That if this supplier owes you, you owe him $1 billion, and this supplier you owe them 10 million, but the one of 10 million supplied earlier than the one of 10 billion, who would you pay first? Is it the size or when they supplied?
I think I'll just use, I'll borrow. I think I also read that, and my brother used to tell me, Isaac, you read, because when the sun will, if the sun is to shine, it will shine on those who stood first, I think. So yes, we give priority in view of the age. We call it age. In view of the age, maybe we can say we use the other FIFO, my first in, first out. That's the priority we give. Leave alone the games. My PS calls them budget games. Leave alone the games, but the procedure should be, age of the debt, age of the bill should be a priority. Yes.
Thank you. I'll now take another round of 3 questions from the audience to allow for the panel to discuss them. But before I choose where I'll go that way, and please watch my hand towards the back. Now, since there is a bit of traffic, I will allow the ladies in white to make the decision for me. So you'll choose. But before you choose the first person, Moses here may want to add something to about tax clearance certificates, which for the most part is usually a challenge. So let's pass the microphone to him. Yeah,
Simon has called me Moses, but my name is Bright Lewis. I'm the Manager Risk Management and Strategy at TRA. Now, there is this monkey called tax clearance certificate, because it's a very important document between you, the person who is bidding for a procurement, not so. Now, we usually get challenges. My TCC was rejected, and I don't know why. My contract is, I expect my contract in a month, and I can't get this TCC. So we need to talk about what exactly is this tax clearance certificate. How do I obtain it? What do I need? when do I get it? In the first case, if everything is okay, the tax clearance certificate just shows to the person whom you are bidding to that I'm actually compliant with my what? My taxes. And that's why at first I called it, we don't look at procurement as a legal obligation, but as a competitive advantage to you, the person who is going to make a supply. So, if you have all your things ready, a tax clearance certificate should come to you within 2 days. That is our service level agreement for getting a tax clearance certificate. But then we have parameters that you need to do what? Fulfill. The first one is on your registration profile. Now, you may find that when you register at URA, our colleague from URSB said you don't need a postal address. But for us at URA, we actually need your postal address and your physical location, because most of you suppliers are actually registered for what? For VAT.
Wait a minute. Bright Lewis, when was the last time you sent a correspondence to someone's PO box?
Now, what we do at URA, we send about 3 types of communication. We deliver to your physical address, we also post to you, and then also send you an email, because those are some of the most formal ways of communicating the taxpayer.
Said, communication is not information out, it's also information received. Be honest with us, Bright Lewis. When was the last time you received a reply from a letter you sent through a PO box?
Of course.
And it came via your PO box?
That is quite hard. It's not a common practice.
So let us agree that if something does not work efficiently, why must we remain in a Jurassic mode of operation when things are easier? That if someone is unable to reply an email, there is no chance they can reply a letter by airmail. If I told you right now that come and find me on plot 5 Church Close in Mbuya where I reside, KCCA will make it very difficult for you to physically arrive at that location. Not because of anything, but our structural organization. What we know for a fact is that an email will always come to the right email address. Why don't we stick to places where we can get people for sure?
Okay, the options that we give are to facilitate the taxpayer, so that you have a menu of how we can actually communicate, because there are some who would prefer postal address in case they use it. I've seen the Europeans prefer it, our non-tax residents, they prefer it. So we give you an option of where you can actually get served well. So make sure that your taxpayer registration profiles are up to date. You find I have an inactive director because some of your companies have associates, and those directors are not on the payee return, but is appearing on your profile. So when we are doing our compliance checks, that affects how you can easily get your what? Your tax clearance certificate. Then we have another option. Do I file my returns and pay on time? So you find the last time you filed an income tax return is 2 years ago. And then here there is this contract that you really need to. So it is going to take URA some bit of time to actually give you what? A tax clearance certificate. The director here from Ministry of Finance who pays a thrift miss, we have information about your withholding, and most of you are withholding tax agents. All you have withheld from the supply they made to you, but you're not filing returns. So we have this third-party information about you, but then you're not fulfilling your what? Your obligations. So in the spirit of tax compliance, if you need your tax clearance certificate, make sure that all those things, your registration, filing, payment, your returns actually accurate, and then all those ones who are on e-freeze, am I actually fulfilling my requirements for e-freeze? The ones who are on digital tax stamps, am I fulfilling my obligations? And then you find it very smooth and easy for you to get assisted in your procurement process to get a tax clearance certificate. If there is any more concerns on a tax clearance certificate, we are here and we shall respond about that. But I needed to put that, Carlton, what is this thing called a tax clearance certificate that stands between you and your contract? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis. So you'll agree with me, especially those of you who are not like Ibrahim and are Christian and you follow the Gospels. Some of the most problematic professions that Jesus encountered were tax collectors, and as we saw towards the end, his own head of procurement and finance, that time the functions were merged together, Judas betrayed him. The head, Judas was the head of procurement and finance. That's why he was saying, but you man, all these 12 loaves and whatever, you're just giving them only 5,000, would have kept the money, done this. So the conversations are always very emotive, but it's important that we get more time with each other. Unfortunately, that time may not necessarily be in a public platform such as this, because there will be 1,000 concerns, only one person, limited time. So with your indulgence, you will allow us just take 3 more questions or comments, brief, and then I will tell you what next follows. Introduce yourself and mention who you're asking.
Thank you so much, Simon. Kwesiga Edward is my name, from City Tires. I know there are very many heads of procurement here, so the straw bullet will go to Mr. Simon. In an event that you get a contract, both parties have signed, that means a binding contract, and then you don't get the opportunity to make a supply at all for the entire time you've had that contract. What really happens behind that side? Because by the time we sign the contract, we've agreed that the products I have, you will take at that specific amount that we've mentioned. But then the whole period ends without any business. What happens? What is on that side? Then the second question will be going to ABSA. They're not on the panel, but there's this element.
We agreed one question, and ABSA is coming to make a very substantial presentation. Shortly, you've just preempted my program. So I'm going to request that you pass that note to the ABSA team, which is seated over here. I can see Albert and his team. Then they will incorporate it in their presentation. One question, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. My name is Mwekambe Ronald from Ozone Uganda Limited. My question goes to URSB officer. We know these entities, when they are requesting, when they advertise in their bid document, their requirements, legal requirements. One of the legal requirements from URSB, at times they want certified copies. And when we apply for the certified copies in URSB, you charge us money. And when my company is fully returning, it is compliant. Every year returns are made. Every year returns are made. Why do you charge me when my company with you is compliant? Why are you not like URA? Because in URA, when you are tax compliant, they give you tax clearance without a charge. When they want a certified trading license in KCC, KCC provide without a charge. Why do you charge me, my company, when I am compliant with your organization? Thank you very much.
Thank you. They are going to check whether the law allows them to charge of a certified copy, but yeah. Final question.
Thank you so much, Simon. My name is Nicholas Ndema. I work with the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority in the capacity of manager communication, navigation, and surveillance. Now, my question is directed to UCC. It relates to reliability of services by ISPs. Time and again, we have so many ISPs in the market. The environment I work in requires a reliability of a service of close to 100%. Let's say 99 point something percent. But many times we go into SLAs with the service providers, and they will tell you, we are capable of doing this. Then you start running the contract. A few months later, the network is off, this and this, and you can get the feeling if it were you and you were up there in an aircraft and the pilot cannot get communication with the control tower, or instead is getting a radio station somewhere. Now, when you report, we are going to investigate. My understanding would be that in that area, UCC would be the best arbitrator. Now, I do not know what exactly they do to such service providers who promise to provide the service, and yet when you go on ground, they are not doing it. And you may not have the capability to keep on recording for, did he make the 99% he said? Now, where do I go to? And is there some times, I mean, some downtimes you allow for the service provider to be off, or is it coordinated sometimes with UCC? I would just want to get some clarity on who would be the best arbitrator in such cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Nicholas Ndema, for that very insightful question. From the look of things, it may have to be elevated to Mr. Fred Otunu when he comes to make his remarks, so that he can tell us to that extent. We thought we will operate on small things like my airtime has been eaten by a teleco. We are the ones who suffer that kind of problem. Even Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, where a communication interrupted by a radio station frequency, especially if it's a beautiful song, could lead to hundreds of lives dying. That cannot be taken lightly. The questions have been asked. There was one that was referred specifically to me. I am delegating it to Moses so that he answers it. Then we take URSB, and then Eric, we shall have this one bilaterally. Don't worry, we have to close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. City Tires, you talked about signing a contract and you don't get orders. We have different contracts. We have what we call framework contract arrangement. You can have that contract, but you don't get a call of order. Because we find we sign up with about 4 providers, but whenever we are going to make a call of order, we go to the cheapest first, or different brands. So you can have a framework contract and you don't get a call of order. You can only get a call of order when they are committing the entity. And we can only commit the entity when we have the money. And you are the lowest bidder or the first ranked bidder. So it's true you can have a contract and you don't get orders. So you, under tires, supplying tires, of course, we sign with so many service providers. But it's true you can have that contract and you don't get an order. So it depends on the type of contract that you have. That's what I can answer.
Maybe since you asked me the question, you put it in maybe another layman's conversation. You may have the legal license called a marriage certificate. Okay? It may not necessarily guarantee you children, unless, again, it uses other conditions which include being the lowest when they need you and all that. So close your eyes, put yourself in that kind of framework contract, and then understand that certain things will go another. In other words, what he's trying to say is maintain a close tab with the procuring organization. If you have a framework contract with Uganda Communications Commission, and you sit and never even try to call Moses here, say, good morning, Moses, just how are you? Once in a while, it doesn't hurt, send him a good night message. He may remember you and give you what he called a call of order.
URSB, please. Learn to nurture relationships. They also help in procurement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ronald, for the question. I didn't get the company, but I think it is Ozone Limited, yeah? And the question is about why do we charge to give out certified copies of company documents? I don't want to go back to the answer that I'd given previously, but if I seem not to have any other recourse, but and I might have to go back to it. The law that we operate under requires that whenever we're going to give out any certified copy of a document that is on the company register, we charge a certain amount. Currently, it's 35,000. Now, over time, we've had people complain about certain services, the fees that are tagged to certain services that we offer. And I'll be very honest with you that this is the very first time I've had someone complain about these fees, the certification fees. Now, what has been complained about in most cases previously was the fees for registration of business names. And we have revised the laws that we participate in generating, the regulations on fees and the rules on fees. And the research seems to be taking a very good direction. There is an internal decision that we accept, we influence the lowering of the 95,000 to something like 55,000, which could be more fair to the ordinary Ugandan in terms of business registration. Now, that has come about because we've received different calls, different complaints from different people. Some of them have actually written formally to express their dissatisfaction with that figure. My advice, borrowing from that, would be that if a team of suppliers could stand and say that we're opposed to this figure, we think it should not be there. We think we should take the approach that is maybe a HRA giving tax clearance certificate without charging. KCCA gives a license without charging. So we think URSB should also point it towards giving certified documents without charging a fee. And that document is presented to us. Trust me, it will be given due consideration. I cannot guarantee that it will work 100% or it will give you the exact result of waiving the entire sum, but it could do something if that petition is brought formally. Then I would also, in the meantime, encourage you, because the system that we operate currently, the OBRS system, is in a way that it's interlinked to your email address. So if you applied for certification today, and you've applied for certification of, let's say, your certificate of registration, that certificate is sent to your email, and your certificate of registration does not change for the lifetime, for the entire lifetime of the company. So if I've applied and I've had it certified today, I can use it tomorrow, I can use it the day after tomorrow, I can use it at UCC, I can use it at KCCA, I can use it at any other institution that asks for that. So my advice would be that whenever you have these documents certified, in the meantime, as we wait for the petition, you keep those certified copies and you can reuse them for as long as there are no changes that have happened. The changes could happen, maybe you've changed the name of your company, which is in rare circumstances, but in the meantime, for as long as the information that you used at incorporation or registration still matches what you still use now, then those certified copies can be reused and reproduced to different fora.
Until you realize that the certified stamp has a date, and you got some company and say, no, we want it to be most recently certified, at least within the month. We don't know. We've been asking the same question, not just for registration documents, but you know there are some places in this country where you cannot be employed until you provide certified copies of your academic documents. Even in places headed by people that could have taught you in school. You go to Ministry of Finance thinking, you know the PSST taught me at MOOBS. Said no, certified copy of your. Now, that said, please let's put our hands together for this very generous panel.
We are going in shortly after a few minutes for a lunch break, and you are advised to ask the panelists any question off cuff. For example, for me, I have many questions. For URSB, I don't know if you go into name registration, how that will end of human beings. Because if you say anyone called Moses Karuhanga, you'll find about 4 people in this room with the same exact name. If you go to Somalia and say Ahmed Mohammed, the whole village puts up their hands. Some actually now stand the other way around and say, I'm Ahmed Mohammed. The next one says, I'm Mohammed Ahmed. So it's the other way around. Then those who want to make it even better will say, I'm Ahmed Mohammed. In Uganda, to register a business, they will tell you, but this name already exists. Remove an E at the end. This name exists, put an apostrophe. This name exists, can you mention it twice? And many such small little variations that make it sometimes difficult for businesses to register or even exist as entities. So those questions will still come to you. So I urge all of us to take advantage of the lunch break, which will be our final act for the day. Lunch will be accessed in a hall I will announce, but it will certainly not be in this room. And you're all invited to be there. And I'm sure along the way, you have been guided on how to access that facility. Now, today's supplier conference of UCC is proudly sponsored by ABSA. Now, I don't know whether ABSA is going to pay us or we're going to pay them, but we are proudly associated. And that's why we are now inviting Mr. Albert Biarhanga, who is the head of business development at ABSA Bank, to come and share with us the package from ABSA and what it is this proud association portends for our relationship between UCC and its suppliers. As Albert comes forward, let's thank the panel for being a part of this conversation as they take their seats amongst us.
Thank you very much, Simon. Simon, you've given me a very, very tricky slot because as it is right now, I am standing between lunch and of course the slot that we are having right now. But I will try and make it as fast as possible, and I will really keep it to the key messages that we would like to deliver as ABSA Bank. I will stand on the protocols that have already been established, but I think earlier on as we started, we did not have representation from the board of UCC. So I would like to recognize the board members that are present from UCC. Thank you for gracing this occasion. And then I also go ahead to recognize the senior management of Uganda Communications Commission. And of course, you know, all you, our distinguished, I will say customers and potential customers, you know, present today. I just want to start by sharing something I experienced as I walked into this place today. So I met a client, and this is a client that I met in 2006. 2006, I know when you look at my face, you probably wonder, you're trying to add 1 and 1 to figure out the age. But in 2006, I was a junior banking officer at Barclays Bank, that is now ABSA Bank. And it was at a procurement, a suppliers conference like this, that I met this client. And I will just share with you a simple story here. So this client approached me, who was representing the bank at that time, and they had a contract. It was an LPO to supply pens. These were Parker pens for a public institution like this that was commemorating around 40 years around that time. Now, the LPO was for 120 million shillings. And this supplier, this client, just wanted 80 million shillings. You can imagine. So on we go, we pick the LPO, we have a discussion, we reach out to the employer and agree a tripartite arrangement where we agreed that we shall pay 80 million shillings directly to the supplier of the pens, and once our client delivers these pens to the employer at that time, part of that payment will come to the bank, it will pay off our 80 million shillings, and the client will walk away with their balance. You can imagine out of the 120 million shillings, they only wanted 80. This client is right now in the room. I will not say their name, otherwise I will blow their cover. But I'm really happy to say that right now we are discussing the funding of $12 million worth a contract that they are currently doing with another entity. So from 80 to $12 million. And all this was without collateral in between. No collateral asked, but just getting a contract, and you can clap, you can just go ahead and clap. Get a contract, ring fence the inflows, have an arrangement with the employer. Of course, now we do the checks. The panel that was here was talking about compliance, and you've done a fantastic job. Because for us as a bank, by the time we come in, the compliance part is already done. And we take quite a bit of time on this compliance part. Because if you are not compliant, it becomes a problem. And that will later on answer part of the question that was already coming out to say, why do you sometimes delay, I will get to that question probably at the end. But that is a story of one of us sitting in this room. That is their story. And at ABSA, we say your story really matters. So for each and every one of you sitting in this room, we are here to try and write that story with you. But for ABSA Bank, if you could just take me to the next slide, we also have our own story. This is a bank that has been, I don't know who is moving the slides, right there. So ABSA Bank is a bank that has been in existence for the last 130 years. That is our story. 130 years, present in 4 continents, 16 countries, and in Africa we are present in 12 African countries. In Uganda, next year we are going to make 100 years of consistent service to the market. Of course, ABSA was here before as Barclays Bank, and then in 2018 it became ABSA. But consistent service to the market, impacting communities and supporting our clients. Now that is the ABSA story. But today is not about us. Today is about you, our clients, and how ABSA can work with you to try and write your own story. And this is where I now move into the next part. I don't know who is moving the slides, just help me to move it to right the next slide. So today in coming here, we did quite a bit of survey to try and get the pain points from our clients, what keeps you awake at night. And Simon, if you will indulge me, I want to take just about 2 or 3 minutes and request each and every one of you that is holding a smartphone, just pull out that smartphone. Even the smartphones these days, you know, the ones that are not smart, I'm sure you can do a QR code. Just try and scan. The ones who are far off on the other side, it might not be possible for you to scan this code, but just scan this QR code, and there are a couple of questions. 2 or 3 questions that I would like us to respond to. So very quickly, pull out your phone, scan the QR code, and then let's see what responses are coming through. And that will be the basis of the presentation that I will very briefly summarize. So as you scan the QR code, we are really trying to do a dipstick of what keeps you awake at night. So the first one, what are your primary expectations from a strategic banking partner? Today we are not here to tell you, come, I will give you this or that, but just to first get that sense of what is top of your mind is very important for us. So please, what are your primary expectations from a strategic banking partner that ABSA is today? And as you do that, please keep those responses coming through. I see we have got two. My good friends on the front table, I don't see anyone pulling out their phone. Please scan the QR code and let's see the responses coming through. Are we tired? Lunch is beckoning. What are your primary expectations from a strategic banking partner? Once that comes through, for me, the presentation is done. Two responses. I need to see a bit more. Once I get 10, then I will proceed. I know we are over 100 in the room, but let me get just about 10. Then I will proceed. Come on, let's get a go at it. It's updating. Excellent. I think this is enough. This is enough. What I am reading is accessibility, financing, affordable capital is popping up prominently, good customer care, financial support, loans. Here sometimes we say we are not loan mongers, so loans is not the very first thing that we want to place on the table, but yeah, that is very important. So this is the feedback. Affordable capital is popping up, I think, as the most important pain point. Flexibility. Flexibility, very, very important, but remember that flexibility comes in on the back of compliance. We had a compliance discussion here. So I think we can pause it right there. We will pick this feedback. There's quite a lot that has come through there, but I think what stands out to us, because sometimes banks are very prescriptive. We come here and all we do is just pull out our product catalog and we tell you, this is what the bank has got to offer you, this is where you can pick from. But as ABSA Bank, we try and co-create this based on the pain points that the clients have. So today, UCC has given us an opportunity to come and have an engagement with you. And today, later on, I will introduce my team. They are behind in the tent, others are here seated on the table, so that we can have an opportunity to engage and find out what really sits top of your mind. So what do we want to do? We want to try and engage you beyond provision of normal working capital. Working capital is something that you can find in all the 23 banks across the market. But beyond that, how do we build a strategic partnership? Remember the first story that I told you about. Now here we are having an engagement with UCC. What can we work out to make it lighter for you who is a supplier to UCC? What can we work out? I won't just say working capital, I won't say a loan. That is plain vanilla that you can find in another bank. Beyond banking, can we consider networking? I was so happy when I had one of the officials from UCC talking about DocuSign. Yeah, that is something that we adopted almost 5-6 years ago. So here we are going digital. So beyond just basic banking, how can we collaborate on the digital side? Beyond borders. Most of you that are seated in here, and I think Simon talked about it, we are not only suppliers to UCC. Most of us have got businesses that are going right across the borders. And the clients that I talked about, that contract that we talked about is not with UCC, it is with another entity. and incidentally, it goes right across the borders. So how can we have those engagements to support the business requirements or the contracts that you need to execute beyond our local borders here? I already mentioned our presence in the different jurisdictions. China, Europe, US, of course, Africa is a given. So we help you to connect between the different jurisdictions so that you are able to deliver on your contracts or on your obligations as right on time. Just move to the next slide, please. So I will be remiss to just go away without leaving you with like 2 or 3 things that we can right now put on the table. And I will talk about just 5 things around the cycle of the contract. You bid, you get awarded, you have to mobilize the capital, you execute on it, and then you collect and get back into that cycle. So for today, just here to tell you that if you are looking for a bid security, if you come to ABSA, we'll give you a bid security of 500 million shillings without any collateral. 500 million shillings without any collateral. Speak to any of our colleagues, and we will ask you about the compliance. Remember the compliance discussion to the extent that those boxes are ticked. Bid security, come to the bank, you get it, and you're able to submit it to UCC or any other employer without collateral. Secondly, obviously, when you're awarded a contract, you have got to provide performance guarantees and advance payment guarantees. So on that, what we can leave on the table for now is that if you come to us, many banks, including ourselves, we ask for arrangement fees, stamp fees, these fees, that fees. So we have decided that we shall lift that off. An arrangement fee, if you come to us and we have a discussion, we will not charge you an arrangement fee, which usually ranges between 0.5 to 1% of the contract, not of the contract price, but of the facility amount. So if you're looking for 1 billion shillings and I'm asking you to pay 1%, that is 10 million shillings. That one off, we have a discussion, we see how we can support you. And over and above that, for the quarterly fees that we'll be charging you on those instruments, we are going to take out almost 50 basis points and charge you at 0.5%. And as you mobilize, as you mobilize capital, in most cases, I think Simon lifted out the pain point around delayed payments. So if you are a supplier of UCC right now, I did not hear the discussion around how long they take to pay. But in case there is money that is being held that has not been paid to you yet there is confirmation that you have already supplied, then we can come to an arrangement where we pay you part of that money as long as we get into a commitment with UCC that we will. When they are paying you, that money will come to the bank and it will offset what we have given you. So we discount your receivables. What does that do? It unlocks your working capital and you use that money to go and execute on another contract or another order that you have been able to obtain. So that is something that we can do right away without asking you for any collateral, which is characteristic of what you'll find in other financial institutions. So I will leave it at that. There are a couple of other things that we have committed, but I also am cognizant of the fact that right now we may not go through all this. But if you take me to the next slide, I will just lift out just one last thing that I want to share with you. Now, most of us, to be able to execute on our contracts, there are things that most clients don't think about. So recently I was engaging a client who did not know that you can walk into a bank. You walk into a bank and you get your assets financed. And when I talk about asset finance, I'm talking about procurement of vehicles, procurement, we are in the communication, we are with UCC. So most of you suppliers who have got to supply, let me just use an example of a mast. You have to put up a mast. So it means that you have got to, to incur some capital expenditure. If you come to the bank, we are not going to ask you for any collateral for you to purchase vehicles and all that. The equipment, all the vehicles that you are buying, those ones will be considered as collateral for the money that we are going to give you. And once you take that in, of course, we don't give you 100%, we'll give you about 80% of what you are supposed to procure. So any form of equipment that you need, and some of you
I mean, you're not only supplying to UCC. I had a contractor who was talking about roads. So you need to get bulldozers, you need to get excavators, you need to get all that. If you come to the bank, we will ask you what's the invoice value. If it is 2 billion shillings, we will tell you put 20% of the amount of purchase for those equipment, and then we shall provide you 80%, and we hold that equipment as collateral on our side, without having to ask you to say, let's take a mortgage on your house, let's do this, let's do that. That is, in the market, I consider that ABSA is top when it comes to asset financing. We have done this for many, many clients. And let me also mention that we are not only suppliers or contractors here, we even have industrialists. So if you have got a production line today, and you want to add another production line tomorrow, you come to the bank. We will be able to sort you out. We give you a production line without saying, bring a land title, bring this collateral here. That is asset financing 101. I will not speak through all these things, and the reason I will not do that is because I came here with a couple of colleagues that are going to be seated right behind in the tent and take you through most of the things that we are able to do. And it is at this point that I will request my colleagues to stand up. Milton and your table, please stand up. There are other colleagues who are right behind in the tent. I will not pull them in. So we have got Milton, who looks after our public sector business. Stella is our head of SME. Just put up your hand so that he can see you. Stella is our head of SME. My good friend, Ivan, my good friend Ivan there is the head of trade and working capital. Then Susan looks after our SME business as well. So all these colleagues, people, if you need to have a discussion with any of them, please, after lunch we are going to be here. Colleagues will be behind in the tent. Please make some time. Let's have a conversation. Let's see how we can support your business and write that story with you. Just like the first client that I talked about, where we started from 80, we are now talking of tens of millions of dollars. We really want to be part of that story, and I thank you all for giving us the opportunity to come here and address you. Please, let's have that conversation, and most importantly, Moses and your team, UCC, you've really given us a good platform where we can engage the so many suppliers that are seated in this room. We want to see where we take this from here, but most importantly, your story does matter, and that is what we say at ABSA. Thank you very much. There were quite a number of questions that were coming through to my table. Simon, I do not know how much time I have for questions, but I have got colleagues who are seated in this room who are able to interact with the audience and answer those questions as they come up. So you will guide me whether we have got a few minutes to interact with the audience right now. Thank you.
Matter of fact, you don't have any time. Even the time you had for the presentation has been used up.
Thank
but
you.
Because you have set up shop here, sorry, Albert, we will allow some of those questions to come directly to you from affected clients. And you also know that matters to do with financial shots in the arm are normally very private, and people would want to have a personalized service with you rather than asking them in an auditorium such as this. So we thank you for your presentation.
Oh, thank you very much. Let me ask, I introduce my colleagues. I don't know how I skipped Annette. Annette, please stand up because you hold a very special position in this room, Annette. So Annette Chomohendo is our head of public sector at ABSA Bank. Annette, thank you for coming. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for giving us your time, for giving us your ear. Let's have that conversation right after here, through lunch and later on, so that we can be able to respond to the pain points that you have got. But the feedback that you shared with us on that slide where we did a poll, that will help us to put together a proposition where we can come back in coordination with UCC to reach out to you and then tell you how we have spiced it up to try and make it worth your while for the day that we have today. Thank you very much, and do have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you very much, Albert. You know, the bank people are very interesting. I thought, but the reason that skipped Annette is perhaps because she's the head of collections. They never introduce that function when they are at events such as this. So they will appear so nice like Albert. They look so gorgeous and beautiful as they have introduced this stuff. Until you default, then you get to know the other side, that your story can also be told and told in very uncomfortable circumstances. So don't say you were not warned. At this point, and because we are really getting pretty much out of time, I am going to humbly invite Mr. Fred Otunu, who will make what we consider to be our closing remarks for the day, and he will perform a very simple function of thanking strategic partners of UCC throughout this event, and then of course awarding our panelists. So Fred, you will guide me, since you're senior to me in terms of protocol, on whether you want to make your remarks first and then offer the awards, or you want to offer the awards and make your remarks. Your indulgence is up to you. Over to the microphone, sir.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When I walked in here, I was surprised that my young brother, Simon, referred to me as a very tall man here. But Simon, you know very well that recently in our sector, we received someone who beats me in height. That is Alan Kasuja. So my aerial height is no longer superior in the sector. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the moderator. You know, that is one of the thankless functions at any event. They will thank the presenters, thank the moderator, everybody else except the master of ceremonies. Let's give a big round of applause to Simon Kasiate for moderating this event very well. I sat through the discussions, and indeed I was impressed with the quality of discussion that you had and the manner in which he contained and moderated and directed the activities. I have been at the Commission for a reasonable time, well, close to 20 or slightly more than 20 years. Also clap for me, gentlemen and ladies. But I must say, today is special. This is the first time the Commission has organized a suppliers conference. Let's give a big round of applause to the team that thought through this and has been executed today. I cannot take your presence here for granted. I'm also impressed by the numbers and the manner in which you interacted with the panel, and I guess even early in the day, you had a more vibrant moment with the discussion. As you heard from the executive director this morning, he did say that UCC cannot deliver on its mandate without you, the suppliers. You are a critical partner in enabling us access the goods and services which we cannot generate internally. In other words, you are a very critical stakeholder in our ecosystem. However, the quality of the partnership is what matters. The wrong supplier can lead to delays, poor quality outputs, or even failed delivery. A lot of discussion this afternoon, which I listened into, talked about delayed payments and so forth. But on the other hand, there could also be issues of delayed supply, poor quality of service or supplies of goods that can make the contractor fail. I guess you've heard about air supply. Air supply was a terminology that was akin to some years ago. And I think those are practices that we should not indulge in and let it be of the past and not something of today. I'm very pleased that this conference has created a platform for shared understanding of procurement processes, and also the different mandates of institutions is important to understand, so that that shapes your mind in how and what kind of service you need to offer to the contractor. And also this platform has been able to strengthen our collective commitment to procurement processes that is seamless, transparent, and effective. I'm aware today, looking at the program, you discussed very many important issues, and I'm not about to revisit any of them, because not only about time limits, but I trust that you ably exhausted the issues effectively. I want you to remember one thing as a takeaway from today's conference. And these are 3 words: value for money. Remember that, and this conference will be, its mission or objective will have been achieved. Value for money. The principle that came through during the discussions did discuss or touch a lot about value for money. And I think at the Commission, for us, we do attach a lot of importance in value for money as we procure any service or goods that will enable the execution of our mandate. At UCC, we are only stewards, we are only custodians of public resources. We are accountable not only internally, but also to oversight institutions such as the PPDA, the Office of the Auditor General, Parliament, and ultimately the people of Uganda. We therefore count on your support in delivering true value for money. Closely linked to the issue that we are talking about is ethics. Procurement works best when all parties involved act with integrity. We must avoid practices such as collusion and any other actions that undermine fairness and competition. I'm sure you discussed the things. I'm sure you know about them. I'm just only emphasizing the points at this meeting. Let me also emphasize that we are in this thing together. While procurement challenges often place the spotlight on the procuring entity, the reality is that such depends on both sides. Many a times you've seen in Parliament accountability committees roasting public institutions over procurements and so forth. It would appear as if the procuring entity is the only one that probably is at fault or misunderstood, but at the end of the day, both sides are supposed to be accountable. So we are in this together, and let us work through for the success of all entities. On our part, as a Commission, I would like to reaffirm our commitment to fairness, transparency, openness, and strict adherence to established laws and regulations. We ask you to walk this journey with us. At this point, I would like to mention that we are also, as a matter of fact, embracing technology to enhance efficiency. I'm sure my colleague Moses must have told you about the efforts we have made towards embracing technology to enhance efficiency. This will streamline operations, reduce delays, lower costs of doing business for both ourselves and yourselves as suppliers. Let this conference mark the beginning of a stronger and more collaborative relationship. We look forward to building partnerships founded on trust, integrity, and shared success. But before I close, let me respond to two key issues that I thought we needed to have some clarity around it. The gentleman from Civil Aviation Authority raised a very pertinent issue about radio frequency interference with flights or planes. That indeed is a very serious issue, and his question was simple: which entity would handle such a matter? And my answer is, the responsible entity is the Uganda Communications Commission. We are the ones who allocate assigned frequencies both for aeronautical services, maritime, and also use for broadcasting. And therefore, if there is a breach or interference in the airwaves, it means there is an offending entity holding that license or using that frequency. And the Commission has all the powers under the law to bring that entity to book. So Civil Aviation Authority, outside this meeting, you could furnish us with the particulars of the suspected entity, then we can take it up from there. But I can tell you we have abundant provisions under the law that can bring such persons under control. The other issue was about postal. It's indeed not a new discussion that I'm hearing,